organizing this session and for giving me the opportunity to share with you some thoughts. As you said, I've been working on ethics and bioethics for a long time, and I enjoy doing this. So I hope I will be able to share with you some of my enthusiasm, and I believe why is it so important to have ethics as a bedrock. And if you will allow me, I will start by explaining a little bit what do we mean by ethics, because it's not self-evident, and there are many misunderstandings about what ethics is. And some people think, and I'm not speaking about now, I'm speaking about my more than 20 years in this area, that ethics is something that either it is a set of principles that are written and that we just have to follow them, or that it is something that hinders innovation and research and is there to stop it. And it's absolutely not the way. So this is why that's not what ethics is, and that's why I would like to give you an idea what is ethics, and then I think it will be clearer for me to explain why do I think it should be the bedrock for development of these technologies. So as I said, it's not a set of principles. In fact, it's a decision-making process. It is about what we decide, who decides, and when decides about what. So there is like 3 levels. Technology, from the technological point of view, we can go everywhere because technology has its own pace and can do almost everything, as we have been seeing lately. But then there is a need for society as a whole to have a reflection about, okay, what will be the impact? Where do we want these technologies to bring us? What kind of society do we want to have with these technologies? How can we make sure that we make the best of these technologies? So that's the second level, which is the ethical reflection. And something that is particularly important is that who is going to answer this question? How far to go? What will be the impact? What kinds of society? So this is another layer of ethics, which is there is no one voice to have an answer to this important question, because it's something that is really about the whole society. So it's really all those who are going to be involved and affected by these technologies that have to have a saying. And this is why we need to have a very inclusive and comprehensive process of societal thinking. And then we can have some kind of legislation at the end as the third step, because once society has reached any kind of agreement, then we need to make sure that there are some limits that everybody can respect, and that we make sure that all the common understandings are there and respected by legislation. But not everything is always also proper. It's not good to be legislated on as well. And I will talk about it later. So AI technologies are not value neutral. And I think this is also something very important, because ethics is about values, and no technologies are value neutral, because we decide why to develop one or another, because there is something that we believe is important. And if we believe there is something important like development, for example, and we are developing because we develop these technologies because we think this is going to be it will be better for sustainable development or for economical development, that means that's the value that is behind. So no technology is value neutral. So that's why they should be firmly grounded on certain common foundations of human values, and in particular the international human rights framework. And this is something that is common to all of us that we work at the UN. AI technologies and all the emerging technologies are always evolving, and they need to be constantly accompanied by ethics. And if we think as ethics as a dynamic process, not as a set of principles, but as a process that accompanies the development of technologies to ensure all the time that human rights and fundamental freedoms are always protected, and those values that we care for are protected. So it's not to hinder, again, innovation, but it's also always to make sure that we keep pace with these developments, with a reflection about the impact on these technologies. Is about as I said before, is about making explicit the values that lie behind any technology, policy, choices, and actions that are applying to this human decision making. That's what ethics is. And the basic common ground, as I said, it would be human rights.
Right, thank you. And that goes nicely into the kind of a follow-up question I wanted to ask, because of course it seems that it's evident that when we think of developing a specific technology which could be considered emerging, we need to do it in an ethical manner. Of course, I mean, with the understanding that should be anchored to respect of human rights. So maybe, I mean, if you can tell us, I mean, a little bit more like what exactly do you think should be done to shape this, to shape the emerging technology in an ethical manner? So what are the possible measures how we could ensure that there is also this element of human rights, let's say, in a say compliance in a way, no?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think one of the things it is one of the important things is to ask the right questions. This is also about ethics. Is asking the right questions, like if these technologies are improving the quality or not. What are the benefits and risks of these technologies, but who is going to define them? Which are the risks? We know that, for example, that there are so many risks. We are doing a lot of things with the environment, for example, with to manage problems with environment. With AI, but we also know that AI is causing a lot of harm on the environment. So it's also, so again, it's posing the right questions.
Right.
How are we, one of them is how are we going to avoid all these biases that we know that are not only gender but ethnic and cultural biases, right? Or how are we going to make sure that if in recruitment processes in the judiciary area we are going to use these technologies? How are we going to make sure that this is not going to hinder any the human rights and fundamental freedoms? So I think one of the things again is going back to ethics and asking the right questions and making sure that we have these very inclusive and very multidisciplinary and pluralistic approach, which is why it goes to the ethics. Because if we go back to who is going to ask these questions and answering them, so the idea is to have this very comprehensive reflection around the world with all the different target populations that are going to be affected or included in these technologies, and then having them in the discussion. Civil society is very important because, for example, we know that many times the decisions on which technologies we are going to develop or are we going to invest them, they are also very much influenced by the ideas or the hopes either by the developers or the civil society or some particular stakeholders. So that's why it's so important to have this very comprehensive with people that have different ideas about what technology is. We know that the relationship, for example, between culture and technology is very different. It changes a lot if you go to one culture or another, how they interact with technology. So that's why having a very comprehensive dialogue, very inclusive dialogue by all the people and all the stakeholders and shareholders is one of the best ways to ensure that it's going to be ethical, because then you are going to make sure that all the right questions and the right issues are going to be taken into account.
Right. So, of course, I mean, it looks like, multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism, is one of the key components, because, I mean, also in so many other areas, I mean, we need to take into consideration the voices and the views of everyone. I mean, you were touching on something interesting, which is about the kind of a legislative process or the policy making process, which, of course, it would be the kind of, from my perspective, an end result into that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the discussion that might be taken at the international level would generate, kind of a piece of legislation, I mean, on ethics at the national level. This is how you see the process from the government taking, just to understand maybe, and also give some, not inputs or indication, but just some of the views on how all this dialogue is translating into something that can be actionable and can be concrete, So at the end of the day, we are envisaging to have, let's say, legislation specifically or pieces of policies at the national level specifically on the ethical use. That's maybe what you are seeing also in your experience.
Yes, I mean, I want to tell you what we're doing also in
Yeah,
UNESCO, particularly right now on artificial intelligence. But just
yeah,
before I go into the details of the recommendation that we're working on, I want to answer your question because, as I said, one thing of the ethics is all this reflection, and
right,
then goes, and then the third level is the legislation. But there are
right.
many things that you cannot legislate,
Okay.
and it's better not to legislate because technologies go very fast,
Hmm.
and maybe your legislation will be useless.
Hmm.
And many things are about a conflict of values, and legislation has no response for everything. So
Right.
that's why you need all this ethical reflection accompanying all the time, because it
Okay.
also helps you to solve issues at the moment when there is no regulation. So it allows you to also to identify new legislation that you
Hmm.
might need, but
Hmm.
also to solve problems that legislation will not allow you, because not everything is codified. So
Sure.
that's why the ethical reflection is so important. And so
Hmm.
it's about having national frameworks in the at the legislation level,
Hmm.
or guidelines, but it's also about having ethical bodies and ethical and basically ethical bodies to
Hmm.
have reflections on this, to help governments to make decisions, or
Okay.
to help developers, for example, in the universities, or for example, in medicine is very common, in research, clinical
Hmm.
setting, it's very common to have but I think this is a practice that should be also be translated into, or trust I mean
Transpose.
replicated
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
replicated in
Hmm.
these new areas, because it's about the same thing. It's about, okay, we don't have any legislation, but we have two possibilities. Both could be good. There is no
Hmm.
legislation, there is no only one right answer, but we have to make sure that it goes in the right way that we want. So it's ethical reflection that will help you. And these committees are also multidisciplinary,
Right.
and they have different ethical visions as well,
Hmm.
which is very important, because if you put together people that think alike all the time, that will not help. You need to have this dialogue, and not to hinder, just to make sure that everybody's in.
Right.
So what we're doing, this is just to answer the first
Sure.
question you answered, but then I want to tell you what we're doing about
Yeah, that would be
artificial
interesting
intelligence.
also for the audience, because I mean, UNESCO is very much engaged, and I understand that there was,
Yes,
kind of lots of work to generate, this kind of an aggregation of views, and then possibly give back to the membership to guide the discussion, right? So what
absolutely.
yeah.
We are in the process of very advanced on developing
Hmm.
the first global instrument that will be ever, because
Okay.
UNESCO has more than 30 years working on ethics of science and technology and bioethics, and we have more than 4 normative instruments that have been adopted,
Hmm.
mainly on genetics and bioethics and ethics of science and technology, climate change, as the scientist and the status of science. So this recommendation is about ethics on AI.
Okay.
And the idea is that we are moving forward. So we have a very strong document. It will be really the blueprint for lawmakers, but also for, as we are saying, for the whole audience, and to have a compass, an ethical compass on how to apply artificial intelligence. We are approaching it so our instrument goes from the how, no, from the what to the how.
Okay.
So we have values, we have principles, but we have policy actions, and we have
Okay.
tools to implement it, and tools that will allow every member state to also assess the impact of these technologies at the national level, and also to measure the readiness of each of the countries where they are, because in UNESCO we are 193 countries, and this is
Hmm.
one of the beauty of why we can really apply what we believe that ethics is,
Right.
because we are dealing with countries that have, on one hand, no access to internet, and the others that are already thinking about better ways to make sure that confidentiality is well kept. So the main features of our recommendation is, first of all, to go from the what to the how, with very concrete policy actions that include, for example, ethical impact assessment, data governance, of course, education, culture, science, and there are 2 very important chapters. One is, as I said, of the policy recommendations is about environment, and the other one is about gender. I think it's really transformative in the sense that it implies mobilizing funds and having positive actions to make sure that women are having equal participation.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is another important fact, important feature. So it really covers all the areas, mainly because it's also about labor, about culture, creativity, communication, of course, miscommunication and disinformation and all these things that are so close to not only to democracy, but also to another chapter that we have, which is mental health and well-being, because we know how much this influences and has an impact on depression and other kind of issues that we have seen in people. And then so it covers all the issues and areas. It includes future of work in a way, and labor, because it's related to skills. Mm-hmm. that they are needed, AI literacy. And one of the important key issues is that all these tools that I've just mentioned, the ethical impact assessment and the readiness methodology, that in fact we are working together with ITU to try to develop some kind of some landscape about this. We want to know how ready countries are, not only from the technical point of view and from the normative legislative point of view, but also from the cultural point of view, the literacy point of view, and how can we make this. So for us, one of the main issues, again, is that all these tools and all these policies, and it's written in the document, they need to be developed in an inclusive and diverse way, that as I defined before. Because for us, something that is also very important, for example, is to make sure that marginalized populations, that languages will not be lost in these processes that we're doing. So it's not an approach of risks only when we're speaking about the impact assessment, but it's about, because when you have different stakeholders around the table, you can also discover new possibilities. Because if you explain what it is about to people, they can say, can you help us, for example, to save our language? And maybe you won't be able. So I think it is very important. And again, I'm coming back that ethics is not to hinder, but it's and the inclusivity and diversity is really to promote the development and making sure that as we say at the UN level, leaving no one
left behind. Yeah.
no one behind. And lastly, I just want to say that we are very advanced in the negotiation of this document. There was an intergovernmental committee that already now in June finalized a text that is going to be presented to the General Conference now in November. So it's still to be adopted by the General Conference, but we have started from zero during COVID. So the first draft was prepared by 24 independent experts from all the world.
Okay.
This draft was, very, how we work in the UN. So it was these 24 experts were very balanced in not only backgrounds. I think it's super important, all of the backgrounds, but all the geographical areas. We cover, but also the backgrounds, including, for example, having people that have worked with private sector or civil society, and academics, philosophers, technicians, economists, philosophers, etc. Then it went to a very wide consultation process for months, and we got more than 50,000 comments back. Plus 11 regional consultations with the different regions, 2 specifically with youth. Also the private sector participated, and the whole UN also provided us with inputs. All those comments were put back by the experts to that draft, and then that draft went to member states. And member state made the first comments that the Secretariat integrated, and that was the text that was just right now negotiated. So as you can see, also the process.
Very inclusive, very
process.
multi-stakeholder.
Exactly. We are trying to be very coherent with what we preach.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, and also I think the other element is that I think that's one of the very valid example of how the UN system as a whole can work together. Because I mean, some of these issues are so cross-cutting that you cannot isolate them belonging to one specific organization. Of course, I mean, each of us has a specific mandate, and it's good to have a role as a lead facilitator. But at the end of the day, I think it's good to have this kind of a multi-dimensional and multi-purpose and multi-entry process where each of the agencies and each of the entities within the UN can actually contribute. All right, Daphna, thanks a lot. I think you were really exhaustive into the answers. Maybe what we can do is that if you have some kind of a link or if you have a reference, you can put it in the chat, so then a participant can actually start accessing the resources, the material, because even if it's still under negotiation, I think it would be good to have an understanding in which direction you are going, and then that might be an inspiration for some of us and for some of the people actually sitting here, and for the whole community to have an understanding. So I don't know, how we are going to interact with participants. For me, it's an open process, so feel free to submit anything in the chat, or I don't know, maybe I refer to our colleagues from the moderation part. If people can take the floor. We still have like 7 minutes left, so any kind of interaction with you, if you have questions or requests for clarification, I think Daphna is here, more than happy to answer.
Absolutely. I was very slow, so I'm asking for the link. I should have it.
That's fine. That's fine. No problem.
But it's a very good idea, so I'm asking for it.
Okay. Okay. So someone wants to jump in through the chat, or if you have comments or questions, we are more than happy to take them. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything coming through either from the chat or from
yes, Marco, we have one hand raised from
yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Asado.
Okay, morning.
Yeah, good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Chike Asado from Nigeria. I want to appreciate the comments made, but there's one clear area I would like the presenter to make. You are in UNESCO and you are collaborating with ITU on some sensitive materials, particularly as it affects concerns by so many. Sometimes these meetings or engagements you have are mostly related to either UNESCO or ITU. Please, how can you involve people from these least developed countries or last of this conference is how do you listen filter down to those who are less are the possibilities of improving and also involving them in the decision making. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think I understand the question, Daphna. I don't know if you got it, but okay. So the question is, okay, most of the time the discussions are within the UN. Between ITU, UNESCO, and others, and then how you can engage, the least developed countries. So I can give an initial answer, maybe here, just to make it short, because maybe the other participants wants to interact. As Daphna was saying, the representation of the ITU, UNESCO by chance is more or less the same. Membership is actually 193 member states, and that means the overall let's say community, national community. So there is by default an engagement by least developed countries and developing countries. Now, of course, the level of participation varies according to the level of interest by governments, but as Daphna was saying, UNESCO is very well known to engage also other communities, not necessarily governmental, so civil society, academia, research institutions. So I think there is a really wide participation by all the different communities. And of course, I mean, despite the effort that I mean the UN system is putting in place to ensure and encourage participation, at the end of the day, is also up to the other part, you know, to express interest and to be part of the consultation. Because I mean, I understand from Daphna that, you know, the process was so open that, you know, we got back, you know, 50,000, you know, comments on the document. So I guess that there was a very wide participation. Yeah, Daphna, maybe
I can already tell you that one of the bureau members of the intergovernmental committee was from Kenya, and we had a very strong representation from African countries in the negotiation, and we had three regional consultations in Africa. And they were and these regional consultations, as Marco was saying, were not only governmental representatives, were civil society, were academics, and we are already engaging with African experts as well, and other again from all the regions, experts and different stakeholders, also to build the tools that I just referred to. So I agree with what Marco said. We do all the efforts to bring together. That's why we think that the recommendation that we're building is also important, because it's the only one that will be the only global, because there are already a lot of principles on trying to regulate, not to regulate or to frame the use of artificial intelligence, but they don't include more than 30-something countries. And one of the most important features of this one is to include the Global South. And I don't know, but for UNESCO, we have two global priorities as organization. One is gender and the other one is Africa. So just to add to what Marco said, that I fully agree and subscribe.
Yeah. So again, the idea is that it's a bidirectional interaction here. From one side, of course, the entity is trying to facilitate the process of inclusion, but on the other side, there has to be also interest and willingness from the community to engage. You know, because there is, I mean, it's a mutual, you know, interest approach here. Okay, so I don't know if we have other questions, but I mean, it's just 1 minute left, so I don't know if we want to take more. But right, so. I think maybe we can close here, because we have another session, I mean, in 1 minute, so I want to keep the time sharp. Well, again, Daphne, thanks a lot for your input here, and I hope we'll be able to, I mean, even through the engagement platform that we have available for the Emerging Technology Week, to provide a little bit more additional information of your work and the process that UNESCO is following, so everyone that is actually linked to the platform can benefit from these resources and possibly use it as they see fit. So let me also, I mean, just a little bit of a housekeeping here. So again, thanks a lot, Daphna. Next session will be with John Homo, which is the Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union. Of course, everyone knows it, for the session on connectivity for inclusive digital society. So please stay tuned, stay connected, and we will move swiftly to the next session. Daphna, thanks a lot. Thanks for all the participants, and I mean, I'm sure we will keep in touch. As Daphna was saying, UNESCO and you are always working together, so that would be not of course the last time we are going to interact.
Oh, no.
John, all right, thanks
you so much, Marco, and thanks to everybody.
Marco, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. And,
yeah, same here, John. You can take over. Okay, all right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Marco.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Aminata, can you confirm hearing me, Aminata?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. We've just had a great, a very engaging session with Marco and UNESCO, and this dovetails right from that. And so I want to welcome each and every participant. Certainly thanks to the ITU for organizing such an interactive event this morning, or this morning Central European time, that is. We will be discussing the role of connectivity and emerging technology for creating more inclusive digital societies, especially in the post-COVID area, and with a specific focus on some of the presentations that we have seen, especially from the countries that are in play. We will hope that the panelists can share their experiences using emerging technologies and models for connectivity, for that matter, towards a truly digital transformative environment, and focusing on the challenges and opportunities for implementing inclusive connectivity solutions. I just want to confirm that Chaco is in. Aminata, Chaco is in. I understand.
Hello.
One of our.
Yes, I am.
Great. It would be nice to see you. Funky Atanda. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Funky, good to see you. Dorcas.
So, John, I'm informed that Dorcas has an obligation. She may be joining us later or not.
All right. When she comes in, just side chat me, and we'll allow her to join. Keita. All right. We may also be having a delay in Keita joining us. Karimot is very special to us today because she will be sharing a very incisive poem about the subject that we are discussing today. Is Andrew JJ in? Andrew?
Yes, John, I'm here.
All right, Andrew, take over with your welcome remarks. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, my friend John Omo, partners, especially the ones that are here present today, our very, very hands-on panelists that you've just mentioned, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I really can't thank you enough. I want to extend grateful thanks and congratulations to all of you, particularly those that decided to spend their time here this week, but also on behalf of ITU in the Africa region, to extend my thanks to the organizing team who have done a tireless job to make this a success. So as a focus today, emerging technology for connectivity, accelerating digital transformation in LDCs, LDCs and seeds. This really demonstrates the importance of digital transformation in support of member state economies. The emphasis on LDCs and seeds is quite important for the development of the world, and particularly for Africa that hosts the larger number of these countries. And additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic that is raging through the world right now, wave after wave, has shown the importance of ICTs for resilience and sustainability of countries all over the world. I do believe that we are all virtually connected, and borne out by World Bank study on the pandemic, which says that it has impacted the world economy since 2020 by 5.2% shrinkage in GDP. And that is not only developed countries, it just shows happens to your neighbor happens to you as well, as we are all interconnected. coming to this subject of today, connectivity for inclusive digital societies, the title is self-explanatory, but it's very pertinent to ITU, as our mission is to committed to connecting the world. And of the 3.7 billion unconnected, the biggest chunk of those is in Africa. No, let me rephrase. The larger share of the market / opportunity is on the African continent. Now, what I'm saying is significant to me, because Africa is not just some unfortunate place that is unconnected. It is more than that. It is a market for those that are struggling to where to put their goods, their technologies. During this pandemic, I've seen wave after wave of young people creating online e-commerce tools, e-commerce services that are changing, trading really, sending things from Africa, bringing things to Africa. So connectivity and inclusion of everybody all over the world is important, and not being seen just as a recipient, but also as an opportunity. And this is why connectivity is at the top of BDT agenda, to assist our member states in developing countries to get to that level where there is trade, and more trade, less donations. We are at ITU guided by the PP resolutions and Connect 30 goals and targets, whose goal number 1, for example, and on growth, is to enable and foster access to and increased use of telecommunications ICT in support of the digital economy and society. And its target 1.7 is that by 2023, 40% of the population should be interacting with government services online in addition. We also have regional initiatives, Regional Initiative 2, which is on promotion of broadband emerging technologies. So it's not for lack of initiatives. It's not for lack of goodwill. It is time to get together to address this issue of meaningful connectivity and digital inclusion. No one entity can do this. No one entity can do it alone, and given the mutual interests that are evident that would result from universal connectivity and digital inclusion of the whole world, not just Africa, we need to all come together in a common effect to bridge the digital gaps. Digital gaps, be they financial, be they gender, be they generational, and others. We need to, in order to thrive as the human race, we need to get together and address these issues together. So as the regional director of the ITU for this region, for Africa, I want to really acknowledge partners like the EU, D4D Hub, Team Europe, and other significant European initiatives in the framework of Africa-Europe Partnership, with ITU as a strategic partner. I also want to acknowledge the World Bank, which is putting its full weight behind the Africa Moonshot aimed at universal connectivity. So, ladies and gentlemen, most of these initiatives focus on LDCs, SEEDs, and LDCs, and with a target. There's target on SDG 4 on quality education, SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, 11 on sustainable cities and communities, 17 on partnerships for goals. And indeed, emerging technologies are about innovative technologies that will encompass, among others, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, 5G, cloud computing, and many, many others, and how this can be applied to indeed bridge this gap. I know that most of these have been discussed, and I know that a lot of them are going to be discussed by your colleagues and on the panel that I called hands-on, because I've seen their bios. So I will leave this to them. But let me say this as I conclude. I want us to look at these issues in partnership, and particularly in partnership with the private sector. And the Edison Alliance, according to the World Economic Forum, has taken this bull by the horns and involved private sector. I think this is the way, because when private sector can see the benefit, the profit that comes from the critical mass that is created by everybody being connected, that is when we are going to achieve universal connectivity. John, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I am really all ears to hear what has to be said in this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We'll take that as our keynote. We'll take that as our keynote, you know, the role of connectivity, the fact that we are not short of initiatives, regional initiatives, continental initiatives, so many initiatives, and that the fact that what we need to grapple with now is that really it's time to act. It's time to walk. It's time to run. And we can only run, we can only walk faster and further if we're in partnership. Partnership with the international organizations, partnership with the private sector, governments realizing that their role is one, but there are indeed other players that we need to bring on board in order to steer development, civil society organizations, communities, and all that. And so thank you very much for that keynote address, Andrew. We thank you for that. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, this session will discuss the role of connectivity and emerging technology for creating more inclusive digital societies. And so connectivity, in order to have more inclusive digital societies. We have with us Chako Amant, Head of Projects, La Differo. We have Fanke Atanda, Senior Manager, INQ. Dorcas, if she has joined, or if she will join, Dorcas is the CEO and founder of Open Business Africa Limited. Montaya Keita, CEO and founder of Tulip Industry, if she will join. And we have a young person from Nigeria who will recite a poem for us. And so the bios of our distinguished speakers are uploaded, so I won't spend so much time on them. Now, before giving the floor to the speakers, let me announce the launch of the SGI report, where we have a short, I think 3-slide presentation, and then that will be followed by a short video thereafter. Can we have that on the screen, please? Go ahead. Drissa, do you want to take that?
Hello?
During a health crisis, access to information is crucial. Digital technologies can connect us to vital health services. Vulnerable people, including people with disabilities, face a higher risk during a pandemic. Unable to use digital services, mobile phones and computers that are not in accessible formats. People with disabilities are often cut off from essential health information and services. The COVID-19 crisis is proof that we need to include everyone in the digital world, regardless of gender, age, ability or location. 1 billion people live with some kind of disability. The United Nations identifies access to information, including digital information and the internet, as a basic human right. How can we make sure that people with disabilities aren't left behind? The latest Digital/ICT Accessibility Report, co-created by ITU and its members, encourages implementation of digital accessibility requirements, policies and strategies, and shares valuable good practices. to make digital information, products and services available, affordable, accessible to all people, including people with disabilities. Working together, government and industry, along with people with disabilities, can make digital inclusion a reality for all by creating policies, standards and frameworks that incentivize the design and implementation of accessible ICTs and assistive technologies, by making public spaces barrier-free for people with disabilities, by promoting accessible e-education, by ensuring that web technology and digital content are developed in accessible formats and are designed to be compatible with assistive technologies, by promoting information about available accessibility features and about compatibility with assistive technologies like hearing aids. Digital accessibility enables people with disabilities to fully participate in the growing digital world of health, education, economic and social life. Digital accessibility can offer education and employment opportunities, social and economic development, and ensure independent living for people with disabilities. Digital accessibility is fundamental to inclusivity and to better connect the world. Working together to connect. www.itu.int.
Thank you very much, ITU, for sharing with us that particular video. It basically emphasizes the need for collaboration again in terms of the policies that we develop, the regulations that we come up with and implement, and the various standards that we can have in terms of ensuring that all facets of our population or economy are ingrained in the digital economy, be it education, be it health, be it the disabled, be it the aged. And so I want to thank you very much for that video. If you can take it on the screen, unless there is another presentation. Hello? Is there another presentation?
Yes, there should be one.
Okay.
Can you please confirm? Okay,
right.
Great.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much to the ITU team. Thank you, John. Thank you, Aminata, for this invitation and the opportunity to speak here. And I will be focusing on emerging technology services, the solutions that we have put together as an organization to enhance connectivity, to further speak to the digital play. We speak of digital transformation, digital journey. The world is going digital. And so we'll be looking at emerging technology solutions from our purview. If you can just go to the next slide, please. Okay, and so I am from Inc. Digital. We're Pan-African cloud and digital service provider. And the focus now is on cloud and digital. We predominantly have been seriously focused on connectivity, but now transforming and evolving to intelligent connectivity with other cloud and digital services as overlay products. And so as we go on, our promise to our organizations is we connect business data securely and seamlessly. And I'll go on to the next slide, which speaks to our product portfolio. The next slide speaks to the product portfolio. So at the foundation, at the bottom is intelligent connectivity, and good enough, the focus now is on connectivity. But we say we're not a service provider. We've evolved over the years from a telecommunications company to total communication solutions and more to cloud and digital services provider. And now what we do is with intelligent connectivity as the foundation, we're able to overlay services, digital solutions such as SDN, Edge AI, cloud and hosting, and a lot more to be able to ensure that our clients, our discerning clientele, now are evolved on this journey to digitalization. So let's go on, please. So if you look at the next slide, okay, one of the things that we're to discuss during this session is to look at challenges with connectivity. What challenges do we face in this part of the world? A number of them, they're numerous, but I'll just speak to 5 of them. Today we have the in-country distribution networks are not so great. So we know the cables have arrived Africa, there's WAX, there's Glow One, there's Main One, there's SECOM, there's so many cables, all built from Europe or North America into Africa. But you see here that beyond that, the in-country distribution networks are not so great. So it's perhaps even more expensive to transport data to major towns and cities across countries. It's cheaper to bring it into the country, but to take further to the interland, it's even more expensive. I'll put on my video quickly so that you can see my face and see who's speaking. And then to the expensive last mile access. We say that the owner of the last mile access is really the closest to the customer. If you own the last mile access, then you're very, very much in a relationship with the customer, and you're able to be a trusted IT advisor, sell overlay services, be able to understand their pain points and translate that into solutions for them. But to have your own last mile access is not for the faint-hearted. You need to invest significantly in connectivity across the country. For some, it's via microwave. For some IT managers who are quite exposed, been to Europe, been to North America, they insist on fiber end-to-end. So you look at fiber build. Do we build fiber? Do we borrow or do we buy? It's very expensive. And then in locations where fiber cannot get to, we know for a fact that in this part of the world, we won't have 100% fiber across. And so we need access to spectrum. Spectrum also is required to take these services to the last mile. Now, access to spectrum means if you're looking for licensed spectrum, we go to the regulator. It's a task. There's application to be processed, there's approvals required, and after approvals, payment on an annual basis. So all of this stacking up on top of each other is not cheap. But by and large, yes, we're getting there, we're trying. And some do license exempt just to reduce the cost. It's also a function of the service and the experience. And then the last challenge really that I'll speak to is from the customer. So many customers in this part of the world, of course, sign contracts, annuity-based contracts, 1 year service, 2 years, 3 years. But you find out that suddenly the customer says, oh, I'm sorry, I can't afford these services anymore. We all experienced COVID last year. Many contracts were terminated, not because they had reached their end of life, but because the customer could not just fulfill their obligations. And really, you kind of want to understand them. So at times it's difficult to enforce these obligations. Now let's go to the opportunities. Nevertheless, it's not all pain, it's not all gloom. There are opportunities within connectivity, and we'll look at the next slide quickly, speaking to a number of opportunities within the connectivity space. So if we go to the next slide. Okay, so let's look at opportunities. Many towns and cities today are still underserved. They're still green. Coverage gaps still exist. I will say that there's no provider in this part of the world who can boast of 100% coverage. So the coverage gaps are still there, and we have enough to cover. So there is still some opportunity, many opportunities around here. Opportunity to extend connectivity to the interland. Many towns and cities are connected, but what about the rural areas? What about the far locations? What about the least developed areas, even within a country or within Africa? So the gap still exists, and there's opportunity for providers to go in and penetrate, to go in and expand their footprint. Also, the broadband penetration goals across the continent haven't yet been realized. So I use Nigeria as a case study, as an example here. In 2018, the target was 30%. It was before 2018, 18%. It went up to 30. We got up to 41. Now I'm happy to say it's gone as high as 50%. But that's not the goal. The goal is to ensure that everybody is connected. Everybody has access to reliable broadband, to reliable services. And so lots of opportunities abound if only we're patient enough to surmount the challenges and roll out networks to these locations. Now we hear digital transformation, digital journey, digitalization. Organizations will tell you this is our transformation strategy, this is our digital journey, this is what we want to do. So they're embarking on this journey, and with digital solutions, they need digital solutions including with alongside connectivity, really intelligent connectivity, to be able to become the digital organizations that they intend to be. And you know what? With COVID in 2020, it only accelerated this digital transformation journey for many organizations. Companies, enterprises just transitioned into virtual working, remote working overnight once the pandemic hit us. So really, post-COVID, now we are in perhaps the now normal or the new normal. There are a lot of digital solutions required, work from home solutions, ability for everyone to work. Now we are in this conference organized by ITU. Before now, we will have gathered together in one country, maybe in Accra, in Togo, Nairobi, wherever. But now we're all over the world, joining in virtually. So that's the beauty of digital transformation as well. So I will say the opportunities abound if only we're careful enough to spot them and offer solutions to the company. Now we'll go to the next slide and we'll be a bit more specific. We look at the challenges that the enterprises face. Now I've talked about challenges generally from connectivity and the solutions, but that has been a more general approach. But let's look at typical organizations, the companies, the corporates that we serve, be it large enterprise, corporates, or even the small enterprise. They have challenges today. Many of them use traditional networks. Now we're speaking connectivity. Connectivity is about internet access, wide area networking. It's about head office to remote branch connectivity. And today, the most common one will be MPLS. MPLS is very, very quite familiar. Remote connectivity, remote to head office connectivity. It utilizes dedicated bandwidth, private bandwidth, but bandwidth constraint. We're now seeing constraint in bandwidth. There are loads of applications coming out now, bandwidth savvy applications. Before now, an organization could survive on 1 megabit or 2 to 4 meg. Now they're asking for upgrades, huge capacity. And so we see that for them to upgrade, it's also expensive. The MPLS networks are expensive for communication between branch office or from branch office to HQ, or even for those wanting to access their applications from the data centers or from the cloud. That's a challenge for them. They require upgrades to serve the constantly growing apps that they use, which are also bandwidth serving. Now, looking at these organizations, many of them will think, oh, we wouldn't put our traffic on internet. Internet is only backups. The best effort services, they're not reliable, they're not secure. But you see, that was then. Broadband was only considered acceptable as backup services. They will say it's unreliable. But then it's a challenge within the enterprise enterprise organizations. Also, security is a major concern for them. They want to be assured that the applications are secure, there won't be any breach, things will go on well. You know, we all know hackers are all over now, ethical hackers, good one, and all of that. And then applications are moving into cloud.
Sorry to interrupt, Funke. If you can summarize it in another 2 minutes so that we get to the next one in the interest of time.
Next one. Okay, that's fine. So I will just, our applications also moving into the cloud. And so are these traditional networks able to serve cloud applications? Maybe not. So let's go on to the next slide and see what the enterprise is really looking for this day. So today, they want to connect every other location in their network. They want to access data center located applications and data and all cloud applications. And let's see how we have been able to provide a solution to this using digital solutions. So I'll speak to SDN, software-defined networking. You'll see that in the next slide. Is a method, is an approach where we use software to build networks such that these networks are programmable and are centrally managed from a single plane. We also use network function virtualization, where we separate these network functions from the hardware. So everything now becomes virtual. You do not need to stack up routers, switches, firewall, but you do that with UCPs, non-proprietary equipment that are able to provide all of these services all in one box. Okay, let's go on. And how do we do this? We're able to transform our organizations, and I'll summarize quickly with what we are able to do with our organizations as we transform with these digital solutions. Next slide, please hit enter. And so it's an all-in-one box approach. Everything happens in one box. It's plug and play. They're not locked into any vendor. It eliminates switching costs for them. They're able to deploy in quick and short time. They're able to predict their OPEX and CAPEX, spin up licenses, software licenses as fast as possible. They're not buying devices. And they're able to manage their network from a single point. And all critical applications are prioritized. In fact, with this solution, the network is being transformed to a digital solution. And then the traditional connectivity solutions now become intelligent connectivity solutions. So I'm aware of time, so I will just summarize here that with SDN NFV solutions and the power of UCPs, we've been able to evolve connectivity solutions into intelligent connectivity solutions, digital connectivity solutions that allow customers to access the applications on the cloud easily, the benefits of their existing infrastructure. We do not tell them to jump the infrastructure. We complement everything such that whether they are on broadband or wide area or IPVPNs, wide area networks, these solutions complement each other to give them the desired experiences that they're looking for. So I'd just like to stop here. I'm mindful of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. I really appreciate a good presentation. From the network that is closest to the customer being the one that interacts with them and gets to design solutions that are more appropriate to them, to the challenges of connectivity that we experience, especially with what we may now consider as legacy networks, to the new networks where everything is cloud-based or data center located, and provision of all these services in one box. So thank you very much for the presentation. Of course, I'll come back to you with a question or two afterwards. And also, I want to thank the study group 1 of the ITU for the video earlier. I hope someone from the study group can join us during the interactive session, because I'm interested in terms of whether the study group presentation or report has certain models of connectivity, especially for a continent that is like Africa, where large swaths of our population are still rural. So if somebody can be ready for that. So thank you very much for that. I need to now get to Chako Ama. 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes for your talk, and then we'll get to the question session. Chako?
Ok, thank you so much. Je pense que je vais parler en français, puisque je viens d'un pays francophone. Alors, je vais partager une vidéo avec Aminata, et je pensais que la vidéo pouvait être comme une présentation pour moi, et peut-être après, je peux répondre aux questions s'il y a des questions. C'est l'idéal. Alors, si la vidéo est là, et puis on va lancer.
En tout cas, avec Pamo Janet, nous sommes très fiers de voir que certains business marchent déjà sur une partie des villes Fidji. Et puis, c'est un territoire avec beaucoup de potentiel en agriculture, en tourisme. Et donc, je peux avouer que le commerce du café, par exemple, et celui de certains services techniques marchent bien aujourd'hui. Et puis, leur paiement en termes de contribution nous permet aussi à suppléer aux défis financiers liés à certaines charges au sein de Pamo Janet. Je peux conclure que la communauté bénéficie d'une connexion libre et gratuite tous les jours à partir de 16 heures grâce à cette collaboration avec les business locaux.
Tout au début, quand on n'avait pas l'Internet Wi-Fi, on avait des difficultés énormes parce que nous utilisions le modem MTN, parfois RTL, ça ne tenait pas. Mais avec l'avenir de Wi-Fi, on a eu à surmonter des problèmes, des problèmes de communication. Nos clients qui étaient en Amérique, en Europe, en Asie, avaient besoin de voir, par exemple, des images de nos produits. On n'avait pas la possibilité de leur envoyer les photos. Mais aussi, grâce à l'Internet, nous essayons de voir les prix au niveau du marché international. Oui, maintenant là, je suis dans les chats de nos membres. Je venais de faire quelques photos. Je voulais envoyer ça sur WhatsApp.
Si vous me voyez à Idju, moi je suis stable à Idju. En tout cas, je n'ai pas envie d'aller à Goma, je n'ai pas envie de me déplacer. Parce qu'avec l'Internet, par mon Janet, je peux faire tout ce que je veux. Je peux atteindre tout le monde en restant à Idju. Au point que je participe à des visioconférences dans les clubs des amis qui sont à l'étranger. Je fais la publicité de mon hôtel. Je travaille vraiment tout en état ici. La réservation des clients, les gens m'atteignent facilement.
Il y a les partenaires qui viennent, qui sont sur l'île, qui viennent au bureau de la sécurité, qui, quand ils arrivent, ils sont connectés. Ils demandent la connexion, on leur donne le mot de passe, ils sont connectés, ils travaillent. Ils demandent où est-ce que vous tirez la connexion. Nous leur disons que non, c'est pas moi, Jeannette, qui nous donne la connexion Internet. Donc, c'est là qu'eux aussi sont intéressés et on essaie de leur expliquer les changements qu'apporte Pamo Jeannette dans la communauté.
Vous ne pouvez pas vous imaginer que je suis à Idju, je suis sur TripAdvisor, je suis sur Booking. Et c'est seulement. Donc, je suis à mesure de vendre l'hôtel dans le monde entier, reste à Idju. Et c'est seulement à cause des confinements, des Covid, que l'impact des clients qui viennent des autres pays ou des autres continents ont diminué un tout petit peu. Mais je reçois même des réservations sur Booking. Je suis en contact avec des gens du secteur touristique, même des États-Unis, même dans d'autres pays. En tout cas, et ça booste. Je pense qu'avec l'Internet, on va aller plus vite qu'on les pouvait.
Nous, on s'est dit, comment est-ce que nous allons aussi appuyer Pamo Jeannette à aller de l'avant, à servir plus la communauté. C'est là que nous contribuons pour que Pamo Jeannette puisse évoluer, à œuvrer sur toute l'île. Parce que tout le monde a besoin de Pamo Jeannette, mais Pamo Jeannette n'est pas encore implanté partout sur l'île. Nous essayons d'appuyer Pamo Jeannette.
Nous demandons à Pamo Jeannette vraiment de disponibiliser l'Internet 24 heures sur 24. Comme on y est déjà habitué, on ne supporte pas Internet, et c'est vrai.
Voilà un peu la vidéo qui parle un tout petit peu du travail de Pamo Jeannette. Alors, les questions sont les bienvenues. C'était pour moi une façon de résumer un peu le travail que nous faisons en RDC. Merci.
Thank you. Certainly, I'll get back to you with some questions. Let me just ask if Dorcas Mudonio, our representative, is now in.
So Umo, no, Dorcas and Keita, both of them are not in. So I think we should just move in with the panel discussion.
All right, thank you very much, and Karimo.
Karimo also, she's not in yet, I think.
All right, thank you very much. So let's get to the Chaco. You've discussed the present community network that you manage in the Iji Island, Island in DRC, and the video is very informative in terms of the value of the internet in connecting people, connecting producers to markets, and vice versa. Tell us about the business model that you've adopted and the sort of governance that is surrounding this business model. Chaco.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Effectivement, nous avons commencé avec Pamo Janet et nous nous sommes créé un partenariat avec ICI et ISOC. Nous sommes partis dans l'idée de travailler avec la population, la communauté, en leur donnant une connexion free. Alors, il était difficile pour nous de garantir la durabilité du réseau communautaire vu que nous donnons une connexion qui est free. Mais à un moment donné, nous nous sommes dit qu'on peut créer aussi un partenariat avec les business locaux qui sont sur place, notamment les hôpitaux, les hôtels, les organisations non gouvernementales, etc., et qui ont besoin d'être connectés pour leur travail, pour leur business. Alors, on leur a demandé de donner quelque chose pour soutenir Pamo Janet. Ce n'est vraiment pas un prix officiel, mais c'est juste un appui. Tant que nous avons des partenaires comme ISOC et APC qui nous appuient, ça nous fortifie un tout petit peu. Alors, en ce moment, nous sommes en train de structurer notre business model en créant un système de package parce que nous nous sommes rendus compte que certains clients ne consomment pas l'Internet au même degré. Alors, nous réfléchissons sur un système de package et que nous allons attribuer à chaque client qui veut être connecté à Pamo Janet. Nous avons aussi créé un centre d'apprentissage digital dans lequel on a mis certains services que la population peut facilement utiliser, notamment l'impression, la saisie, la photocopie ou même l'utilisation de l'Internet via les machines qui sont à ce centre. Et ce sont ces recettes-là qui nous permettent de structurer un peu le budget mensuel de Pamo Janet pour que le réseau reste durable.
And thanks a lot for the answer. And what sort of challenges and opportunities do you see? What being in an island, what sort of challenges are there, and what opportunities if we can turn those challenges into opportunities, especially in terms of extending this model of business to other islands or areas that are remote within the DRC?
Je vais commencer par le challenge parce qu'il y en a. Alors, Iju est vraiment éloigné de la ville dans laquelle nous travaillons. C'est vrai, c'est dans la partie est de la RDC et dans la province du Sud Kivu. Le bureau, la différence Pamo Janet se situe à Bukavu, mais nous avons également implanté un petit staff sur l'île. Alors, pour y aller, nous sommes obligés de payer un speedboat et le coût ne nous rend pas la vie facile. Parce qu'il faut y aller, il faut payer un hôtel et pour le travail qu'il faut faire, ça coûte vraiment au bureau. Alors, il y a ce challenge-là, mais également, il y a le non-soutien étatique parce que nous sommes vus comme une concurrence avec les maisons de télécommunications au lieu d'être soutenus parce que la population utilise une connexion for free, mais on sent qu'on n'est pas soutenu. C'est vraiment un challenge. Et puis, le fait que l'État ne s'y intéresse pas beaucoup, or c'est une opportunité de connecter ceux-là chez qui les maisons de télécommunications ne peuvent pas arriver. Et en termes d'opportunités, l'île, c'est vraiment un endroit sécurisant. Dans la partie est de la RDC, vous connaissez l'histoire, il y a autant de groupes armés, mais au moins sur l'île, il n'y en a pas. Donc la sécurité est plus ou moins bonne, ce qui nous facilite la tâche. Et puis, c'est un milieu qui est vraiment resté très enclavé et qui n'était pas en contact avec le monde extérieur. Alors, nous avons cherché de faire non seulement le désenclavement sur tous les autres plans de la vie sociale, économique, mais aussi, nous, on a apporté le désenclavement numérique. C'est-à-dire, la personne qui est sur l'île peut aussi connecter les personnes qui sont ailleurs grâce à la connexion de Pamo Janet.
And lastly, from me, I still want to understand, and our audience would want to understand the sustainability of the model. Given the rural nature of the population, how do you get to sustain it financially in order to run it as a business?
Yeah, nous nous sommes appuyés sur ce partenariat local et nous avons cherché à faire approprier la population le réseau communautaire. Parce que nous ne sommes pas de l'île, nous ne sommes pas nés là-bas, mais nous apportons un outil qui peut les aider à se développer. Alors, la première politique que nous avons fait, c'est de leur approprier le réseau en étant en partenariat avec l'administration du village et de leur montrer combien cet outil est vraiment utile à eux. Ce qui a poussé les partenaires ou les business locaux à s'impliquer directement sur la marche. Alors, nous avons une autre politique de recherche de grants, des fonds, avec des partenaires comme ISOC, comme APC. Et à chaque fois, nous écrivons des projets, nous discutons avec ces partenaires-là pour leur montrer les déficits que nous avons. Et ISOC, par exemple, nous appuie en termes techniques pour certains équipements techniques, nous appuie aussi en termes de formation parce qu'il faut non seulement apporter un outil à la population, mais aussi leur montrer comment l'utiliser. Alors, c'est un peu cette politique-là de base sur laquelle nous travaillons, mais dans le futur, nous voulons vraiment structurer une chose qui pourrait être duplicable ailleurs.
Thank you very much. Let's now go to the business, the purely business level before we go to the continental level. Funke, tell us more about the challenges and opportunities for providing connectivity services using emerging technologies, especially in an area as big as Africa, where much of the population is still rural, and even in cities, you have populations who oftentimes are not able to afford the sort of technologies that you have displayed on the screen, high-end sort of stuff. What challenges does the business experience in Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll take it from the business angle, the challenges that we face trying to offer services in Africa. I've spoken about the poor in-country networks, and I'll be a bit specific now to say, so we desire to be able to serve all our clients, all our customers, wherever they are. So we take an organization with 30, 40 branches, or even 50, more than that. And they expect us to be able to serve all of these locations seamlessly, easily, and affordably. But you realize that the business also, the business viability will drive the expansion as well. You will want to put infrastructure, points of presence in locations where you're going to derive the revenue. And so, a turn between, do I cover the whole of the country and wait for the business to come? Or do I wait for the business to come first and then roll out? But as a provider and with the customer experience as paramount, you really will not wait for the business to come. You really still have to invest in these networks, in ensuring that the whole of the country is covered. But of course, this has to be done in phases and in stages. So really a major challenge is ensuring adequate and significant coverage across the whole of the country. So for us as an organization. So you will have to do business cases, crunch the number, and know what it takes to go to the hinterland, to go to the rural area. Now, so if you look at the financial services, they're backed by the law, they're regulated, they must have branches everywhere. And so as their partner, as their trusted advisor, we really need to have the networks in place for them to be able to connect and open branches. So for us, it's not for the faint-hearted. The financing is is huge, but of course we're trying our best. We don't shy away from that. We see the opportunity, we go for it. And many of our customers also across all verticals also understand this. And so they're like, okay, let us share your roadmap with us, share your plans with us. Where would you be in the next 6 months? So we see where they are they're going to, and then we begin to expand in that regard. Otherwise, if you just paint the whole of the country red and you're waiting for your base stations to be occupied, you may wait forever. So, but then we strike a right balance. So it's not as if we don't fold our hands and do nothing, we still go. But of course, it's a journey that we go together with our customers. We understand them, we become the trusted advisor, we become the partners, we're collaborators. And so we understand the locations that are prime and important to them, and we go on this journey with them. In fact, many of them come to tell us, should we be playing in this space? We have these ideas, what should we do? They also rely on us, especially as we talk of digital transformation. We also want to allow these organizations to focus on their primary responsibility. So take a bank, focus on your banking, leave the connectivity with us, leave the spread of us. In fact, many of them, we used to build networks, they don't do that anymore. So we go into the investments for them, and then the ride or not, it's not cheap, but then we're doing it and we're successful at it. We're able to strike the right balance.
I'll follow up with a question on that. Dear participants, thank you very much for keeping it here. We have some very interesting questions already being posted, so I'd like to request my panelists to also look at the chat and see whether we can deal with some of those questions on the chat. I realize a good number of them may be in English, so we'll just ask that you look at the chat and see whether you can deal with. And if you have any question, in the interest of time, we'd request that you post it so that the panelists can then engage with you accordingly on the chat. I have to follow this, Funky.
Yeah.
And Andrew will take a bit of this flag, so not just yourself. What specific opportunities? I know COVID has disrupted our fabric of business, but what specific opportunities have you seen in the African continent in the last 1.5 years that have been brought by COVID-19? I know it's been a curse to everyone, but what specific opportunities have you seen brought about by COVID from a purely business perspective, either the policy, regulation, and operations?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll speak to specific opportunities. Now, before COVID, we all would get up in the morning, drive to work, or commute to work. We sit in the comfort of our offices. The IT manager is there ensuring that we're all working seamlessly. The most is, if I don't want to work, come to the office, I've got a VPN client. I tunnel into the office applications. I use my applications, I work, and all of this have been enabled by MPLS networks, the IPVPNs, the WAN links. Now, before COVID, many IT managers had their server rooms. The servers were in the server rooms. So it meant that the remote locations will have to traverse the traditional links, get to the head office, do what they want to do. And life was good. And at times you go to some organizations, we hear, oh, there's no connectivity to the head office. So the system is down. We can't proceed on this transaction and all of that. And then suddenly COVID came without warning, without notice. And so I remember that in our office, we were in the office on a Monday, and the next day we started working from home. Now it meant that for those who had their servers, their applications residing at the head offices, they needed links, connectivity to get to the head office first. And that was a challenge. It was not reliable. And then at some point, these organizations had moved some applications out into the cloud. Applications had moved into data center. Some had moved into the cloud. And many of them now, so many applications now are cloud-based. And so you look at it, Do I tunnel into the office first, and then before you go into the cloud? So that was a challenge. The connectivity was not so great. So what is the opportunity that comes out of this? Cloud connectivity. Connectivity that will allow customer applications to work seamlessly, to work effectively. So, for example, I'll use Microsoft 365 as an example. They're all based in the cloud, Salesforce, Sage, and all of that. If I'm working from any part of the world, I have no business getting to the HQ first before going to the cloud. So it meant that wherever we are, wherever I'm working from the comfort of my home or wherever, the world is a global village, there needs to be some intelligent or digital connectivity that takes me from wherever I am to those applications in the cloud. And that is what the traditional networks could not provide.
Thank you very much for the question. I said, Andrew, you have to take a bit of this slack. You work largely with the member states, and you've seen it all since COVID came in. The sort of policies and regulatory experiences that governments have had to adopt in response to COVID-19. How has been the response of your membership from an African perspective in terms of policies for responding to COVID-19 in terms of connectivity and digital inclusion within the 1.5 years? What policies have you seen, policy shifts, regulatory shifts, in terms of ensuring that we have connectivity and integrating the mass of our population, be it educational, be it health, be it agriculture, into the mainstream of connectivity?
Thank you, John. A lot of it I learned from you through your membership as well. But to say the truth, I could not be happier. I couldn't be happier with the responses of the African countries, because like everybody else, they were surprised. The fact that they were further behind from everybody else in terms of digitalization, notwithstanding, they picked up and saw what needed to be done. Now, the issues lay with infrastructure and interoperability. They lay with the lack of content, because when somebody is at home and they need to get a government service and there is nothing online, even if they have connectivity, then that's a problem as well. And then there was the enthusiasm of the young entrepreneurs, everybody coming up with very, very innovative, useful applications, but without the legal and regulatory framework. That was another challenge. And probably the last challenge that I should mention, there are many, but just those few, was security online. People have no option but to put their credit cards online, a platform that is not necessarily that secure. The advent or the shooting up of cyber attacks, although we hear a lot about the US being the fuel system being attacked, there are lots more in the world, but there are lots more in Africa which we didn't hear. So that's a challenge. So the reason why I say I'm very proud of the response is that the ITU created Rage for COVID, a platform where operators, policymakers could come, pose their questions and see who else has resolved this and therefore embrace the solution. There was co-creation of solutions for issues that were not resolved. And a lot of these areas that I have talked about were resolved. On the issue of infrastructure, for example, the regulators started freeing spectrum on a temporary basis. to meet the demand, which I thought was really, really creative and helped a lot of people. In terms of content, the government started, where there is no internet connectivity, bringing teachers to the radio stations and teaching on radio or on TV where that was possible. We had lawyers. This week, as I was at a Lawyers Hub conference, they stood up and said, okay, what do we need to do? What in this has a legal framework that we need to be involved in, and started to advise not only regulators, but ministers, the policy makers. And then in terms of security, on the side of ITU, we got asked a lot of questions about, how can we put a framework, a cert in place to protect ourselves without necessarily discouraging these young people who are being entrepreneurial. So in terms of opportunities, I think Frankie mentioned a lot of them, but we are now getting to a stage where we must reconsider satellites. We now have low orbiting satellites, we have hubs, and we used to dismiss them offhand because they were too expensive. But now I think the market is forcing these services to be affordable. And that is where, in addition to the submarine cables that Frank talked about, and given our terrain, we must go to. So as I stop, consider the advent of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the implications of everybody being connected in order to take part. We now know that women in Ethiopia who are getting next to nothing when they are preparing the coffee for export now have access directly to customers. What that means is enormous. And yeah, let me stop there.
No, you are not going to stop there, Andrew. I'll still come back to you. In your opening remarks, you had applauded really the role of the private sector in connectivity, and I really, especially for the post-COVID era, I'd like again your experience as an international organization working with African governments, how the private sector has responded to the challenge that has been brought to them by the needs brought about by COVID, in your perspective, and whether that model, if we can do it during COVID, why not in normal times? Because the need is there. Briefly, as we are running short of time.
John, I think they are going to continue doing what they started as a result of COVID. They were forced to create packages thinking that they are going to lose money. Their profits doubled because everybody was at home, everybody was using their services. So I think this is going to continue. I think the operators are also now collaboratively going to continue to work with regulators saying, you know what, you reduce the price of spectrum, see what happened. So why can't we take that on a more permanent basis? They see the starting, the launching, and now the operationalization of trade across Africa that needs for them to interoperate, to work together. And we now have mobile money in different countries working together. You can go to Airtel and send money to Nigeria, MTN. So those things I think are not going to go back because it is serving the citizens and the companies are making money. So I think that's what I was applauding. They took the risk and stepped up to the plate, and they were rewarded by higher profits. Another thing that is happening now, they are emboldening these young entrepreneurs, because when they need a platform, these operators are taking a risk. And as a result of these applications, for example, I learned yesterday that the African Union Economic Development, Trade and Mining Commission created a continental and Africa e-trade platform. And I'm glad to say Rwanda was appointed as the seat of this. But the reason why I'm mentioning that is that everybody has a stake in this, in being able to create an intra-Africa trade based on digital services, and these are provided by operators. So I have no doubt that what they have started will continue and will benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. We got to close this so that we open it to the public. If I don't get someone from the study group 1, I'll come back to you with the models of access. But Madam Chaka, if you were to have your wish, vis-a-vis the DRC government, what would be your 3 top priorities that you want to see done to grassroots organizations by governments, grassroots organizations such as yours that have brought people who ordinarily would not have been on the mainstream of connectivity and are now marketing their coffee from Kivu to all over the world? Pamoja means togetherness in DRC. What would you tell the DRC government? Top 3.
Ok, la première chose est que le gouvernement soit en mesure d'avoir un budget pour soutenir de telles initiatives qui sont différentes des maisons de télécommunications. La deuxième chose, c'est de nous faciliter aussi dans l'obtention d'une licence, par exemple, parce que nous travaillons comme de demi-provider, parce qu'ici, la licence chez nous coûte $50,000. Or, nous n'avons pas la possibilité de le faire. Mais également que l'État congolais garantisse un peu la sécurité à ce genre d'initiatives, parce que nous ne pouvons pas aller dans tous les recoins de nos villages où il y a des groupes armés et la sécurité est grandissante. Donc voilà un peu les 3 choses. Qu'il y ait un budget au niveau national pour soutenir ces initiatives, que le gouvernement assure la sécurité de la population, mais également que nous nous sentions soutenus par le gouvernement en termes d'appui de tout genre pour aider ces genres d'initiatives.
Thank you very much for that response. Of course, I'm using the DRC as a miniature of Africa. Thank you very much for that response. Madam Fanke, speaking to the government of Morocco in Rabat, to the government of South Africa in Johannesburg, what would be your top 3 asks from our governments as a tech organization?
Top 3 asks.
Sorry, we seem to be losing you. Speak up. I have the mic close to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're saying, as a service provider, what will be the top 3 asks from the government? Okay, so first and foremost, I will ask for a favorable regulatory environment where the regulator understands the pains and the challenges of operators. So we want to work closely with the regulators. We want them to understand the nature of our business, our pain points, and we want them to listen more. Now they're listening. I'm not saying they're not listening, but we want to be more interactive with government through the regulators, such that as regulatory issues are coming up, it's favorable to service providers. So take spectrum, for example, access to spectrum. We want to launch new products and services. We want to launch post-COVID solutions. But if the spectrum is not affordable, we won't be able to proceed. So affordable spectrum for all operators. Now, another opportunity is in fiber. Now, some people will insist it must be fiber, it must be tariffs. We pay huge right-of-way for whoever wants to build fiber. Right-of-way is in for kilometers measured in distance. Perhaps some decent payment structure, some decent cost structure that will allow us.
Kindly speak up a bit. We are losing you. We're losing you somehow. Speak up a bit. If you can go through that again.
So I'm saying that the tariffs, the payments that we make, rights of way. So I'm using fiber build as an example. To build a stretch of fiber, you understand the bottlenecks that you have to cross, the payment, the licenses, payment really for services. So cost of sale is very, very high. So in areas where whatever cost that is going to government, we really want them to temper that with mercy. You see, if we have to pay huge sums of money for right of way, then you wouldn't want to build. I know there are other options of taking fiber into the community, but for some data rates, for some locations, you're better off digging and putting this fiber in the ground. And then I will encourage, the third one is for government to allow us collaborate, to share infrastructure, to build resources together. There is no point for different providers investing in infrastructure along the same road. We're hoping that government will help us build a structure that allows us to collaborate together. Now, I mean collaboration among service providers, where you can leverage on my infrastructure, I can leverage on my infrastructure in a controlled manner, not at the mercy of the provider, whoever has it, but government allowing us to define collaborative or structures that help. That's a win-win for both parties: spectrum sharing, spectrum trading, and all of that, without wanting to be a Shylock. That would be my 3 asks.
Thank you very much for those. I from fiscal policies to infrastructure sharing, thank you very much for those interventions. Now back to you, Andrew, and again, your 3 asks. The study group 1, you are the only one I'm seeing here, at least whose face is in front of me. The study group 1 report that the video that we listened to earlier, unless somebody is here to come in, outlined the role of connectivity and bringing communities into the digital economy, the role of the private sector, and various models of connectivity. In terms of its implementation, what would your top three asks from the membership be in terms of implementing study group 1 report? Or if there's someone here from the study group 1, please feel free. We are an open society. Please come over and speak on the issue.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Roisin. I work at the ITU. I'm the study group advisor for study group 1. So just to situate this video is part of the launch of the question 7.1 report, which is the report, the work of membership of that question for the last 4 years on looking through the contributions of the different countries and their experiences and their lessons learned that they wanted to share as contributions in the study group platform on digital accessibility. So accessibility of ICTs to persons with disabilities. Of course, it is not the specific topic linked to today's session per se, but it is an element of inclusive connectivity. And that was the reason why we decided, since the video was ready and the report was ready, that it was the right time for you to be able to be apprised of it. And along the same line, if I may, 2 days back, Madame Regina Fleur, the study group 1 chairperson from Côte d'Ivoire, she actually also launched one other report, which is for the question 4.1, which is probably more pertinent to today as I hear you and hear the discussion, which is about economic policies and the cost of services. And there was also a guideline on cost modeling that regulators could be looking into, the cost models that they could be looking at when devising the costs that will be put out for affordable connectivity. So what I can say is the study group 1 has a series of questions at this point in time. It's closing. We are just in the wake of reaching WTDC. We have a last meeting in October, starting on the 11th of October to the 25th of October. And we would like members to join there for the discussion, but the topics would vary by question. And you would have question 5.1, which is aptly linked to what we're talking today, which is about connectivity for rural areas and how we can improve that. And also question 1.1 that talks about broadband technologies being deployed. So it's at a higher level than what you're doing right now, Mr. Omo and the team. But I also have the rapporteur of question 7.1. So the lead person in membership from one of the countries who for the last 4 years worked on it. So maybe she would like to join and say a few words. I see her connected, but I'm not sure if she's listening in and is available to say a few words. It's Madame Amela Odobasic. She works in the regulatory organization in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
All right, if we have time, we'll allow them to make a comment, but Andrew is not off the hook yet. You are 3 asks of African government in terms of what the work that you do. Top 3, briefly, because we want to interact with the public now.
Okay, I actually agree to a large extent with colleagues, panelists, but I would ask for our governments to have another look at the investment terms, because we do really need to attract investment into the continent. We need to have incentives, better incentives, and not just look at the sector as a cash cow. We need to have a long-term view of investment into technology. And to that end, I just read that in the US, they're asking private sector to contribute 2% of their, or to invest 2% of their profits into infrastructure as an effort to create universal infrastructure. So I'm wondering whether our governments can do that. And second is also agreeing with Frankie and a collaborative regulation with operators and private sector, with operators and regulators and policymakers sitting together to come up with regulations that favor everybody, and most importantly, that favor the citizens and universal connectivity and inclusion. And together with that comes then an all-of-government approach to bridging this gap. And the reason why I say all-of-government, COVID has shown that in health, you had to use ICTs and connectivity. In agriculture, I had to do the same. Everything is using. So why are we saying this is the responsibility of the Ministry of ICT, which during budgeting comes at the bottom of the rank? So we can't do that anymore. But the third one is really setting up or stepping up capacity development, because the people that are using these services and really playing a role in the digital economy are those that have capacity to do that. And those people, those other people up country in the rural areas may have connectivity, but they have no capacity to take advantage of it. So that's my 3.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I see we are running short of time. There are questions or comments on the chat that I'd like to refer to, and I see most of them have been referred to Madame Chaco. Very useful comments from Rosario. We thank you for those comments. But Chaco, and this will be perhaps part of your parting shot. It would be great to know how connection to the internet benefited those partners you mentioned through some measure. You know, the partners, either the communities or the network service providers that you are working with. So there's a comment there, perhaps a question. Do you want to respond to that, Chaco?
Yes, I already respond to, sorry, j'ai déjà répondu à Rosario et j'ai lui expliqué que c'est vraiment un bon questionnaire d'évaluation qui peut être fait et cela permet de mettre notre relation avec nos partenaires d'une façon vraiment très, très proche. Alors, ce que nous faisons, c'est juste les appeler en chaque début ou fin de mois pour leur demander si la connexion était bonne, s'il y a des problèmes techniques que nous pouvons faire. Mais Rosario me propose de faire juste un questionnaire d'évaluation qui peut nous permettre même de les documenter. Et c'est quelque chose qui peut être dupliqué pour les autres réseaux communautaires. Et peut-être cela peut montrer aux maisons de télécommunications, pardon, combien nous sommes productifs et combien nous aidons ceux qui sont loin et qui ne peuvent pas être appuyés par les maisons de télécommunications.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the comments and for especially to the staff of the ITU for posting the various links where we can access further material in regard to this. So before we conclude, I'd like, before we go to your final parting shots, I saw that I think there was an invitation for an ITU staff to make a comment. I don't know whether he or she is still available to make that comment.
John, this is Aminata. Just to let you know also that Karimo is here. She's in the panel.
Yes,
so
I've seen her. Now, if there's none, we have a very interesting content here before we get to our parting shots, and I'd like that we give this our attention. Again, if there are still questions that you have, please put them in the chat or just raise your hand. I may be able to take just one. But let's allow now Karimo to make her presentation. And then I'd like, in one sentence, Madame Chaco, Madame Fanke, and Mr. Rugege to respond to that point. In one sentence, not more than a sentence, which will be your parting shot. Karimo, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karimo Odebode, and I'm a performance poet and a member of the Generation Connect Africa group. I'll be presenting a poem titled With Just a Click of the Button. With just a click of the button, we are connected. Miles apart, but connected. They say the world is a global village where hopes are built with few words from strangers just across the screen, but miles apart. We share digital hugs and love, stand in solidarity with our loved ones, sing the song of victory, and dance to the tune of love with just a click of the button. We have built houses on the web, named them and furnished them. With just a click of the button, we can breathe into each other, laugh at our jokes, and cry together when our hearts are heavy with just a click of the button. It's surreal how a click of the button has made us connected, made us relive memories, and clog onto stories we do not want to perish. We have found love on social media, made money, and learned a ton of knowledge with just a click of the button. We have solved problems with just a click of the button. Written codes that have transformed lives, connected. A click of the button, several wires and codes across oceans. We stay connected with technology. The world is just a click away. We are connected. The world is just a click away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karimo, for the click of the button. We are bringing this to a close, and I'd like to start from the grassroots to all the way high up. Chaco, what's your comment to that emotional appeal?
Oh my God, it's very interesting. Finally, I will speak in English because I understand.
And this will also be your parting shot because we are closing this now.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting text, and maybe it's possible to share it with us. It will help us also to go in deep in it. It represents the reality on how the technology helps people now, and especially in this period of crisis of COVID-19. So thank you so much for this text. If it's possible to share it with us, it will be very, very great. Yeah.
Thank you. Fanke?
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the poem. Very interesting. So mine is a call to action. With a click of the button, let's reimagine the future and create a new continent with digital solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
First of all, let me.
I'm sure it will be impossible for you to do it in a sentence, so I'll give you 3 sentences.
I just want to appreciate Karima for this wonderful poem. So my parting shot: let's all be bold to ensure that at the click of a button, we can all be connected, enriching each other, distance, social standing, color, greed, ethnic, whatever, notwithstanding.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you very much, Istvan again for the posting. Please check the chat. We've shared a number of links where you can get further material in regard to this topic. But viewers, participants, I want to thank you very much for participating in this session today. It's been an eye-opener in terms of some of the initiatives in Africa, from right at the grassroots to a purely commercial venture and the ITU and what it's doing up in Africa. I think what has come to the fore is the value of connectivity, and that at the click of a button, we can bring those who are far away into the mainstream of economics, to the mainstream of politics, to the mainstream of agriculture, to the mainstream of our education and health and all facets of our life. There are a number of appeals that have been made in terms of the need for our governments to involve all stakeholders, right from the private sector to civil societies, to other players in the sector. This is very dynamic. It keeps changing day by day. And so we need to have elastic policies that can accommodate everyone on board. There's also the call for a review of our fiscal and monetary policies in order to ensure that we go for economies of scale rather than taxing businesses at the very word go. They are grassroots organizations that are working in communities, that are working in islands, that are working with the people that have not been brought into the mainstream, and using very innovative ideas to bring them on board. There's need for our governments to ensure that there's necessary support, the private sector, civil societies, and indeed issues of security. So we want to thank you for joining us today. We really have enjoyed your company. And from the ITU, I think the need for collaboration rather than competition, they need to ensure that the private sector is brought in the mainstream of things, and they need to ensure that we start doing and we talk less and do more, because we have so many initiatives across the board, and we need to start doing something that can have an impact in our societies, be it at the level of infrastructure, be it at the level of services. The World Bank estimates that for Africa to be connected properly to the grid will need $100 billion. And that very report, 2 years ago, recognizes again that not a single entity can be able to do that. We need to work with grassroots organizations, regional organizations, international organizations, the private sector, financial bodies, to bring everybody on board for a massive push that can enable us to register some positive development. So I want to thank you very, very much for joining our session today, and hope that we can have an opportunity to meet again. I see that Ladi Faron has a very interesting idea that perhaps the ITU regional office and ourselves would be more interested in knowing and perhaps putting up in terms of some of the initiatives that are coming up as we prepare for the development conference next year in Addis Ababa. So please, let's get in touch with one another. Let's keep in touch, and so that we know the developments that each and every one of us is undertaking. So from me in the cold Nairobi, thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye.
Omo, maybe this is Aminata. I want to suggest a quick photo group with just 30 seconds before everybody jumps off.
We have a minute for that, Aminata. That's okay. Just turn your videos on.
Your smile's on as well.
Shall we ask all participants to turn their videos? Yes, please. Okay, amazing. Let me wait for 2 more seconds. Okay, please put your best smile and ready. 1, 2, 3. Great, we have some shots. Thank you so much and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. Welcome to our
Recording in progress.
Learning in the Post-COVID World. How can emerging technologies help achieve universal access to quality education? My name is Samir Sharma, and I work as Senior Advisor for the International Telecommunications Union. And I would also be your MC for today. And I also lead the Connect to Recover initiative of ITU. Before we move on, I have a short housekeeping announcement on the use of Zoom for this webinar. First, that all the microphones will be muted by the IT team. Panelists will be unmuted when the microphones or the MC or the moderator recognizes them. Photos will be taken throughout the sessions. We kindly request the speakers to turn on their cameras during their sessions. You may use the chats to sharing your comments. We will take a few questions from the floor at the end. To kick off this webinar, we are very excited to show you our new video that we prepared recently on ITU Connect to Recover Global Initiative. So I would invite my colleague to please play this video for you.
$1.6 billion children pushed out of school. 165 million people infected. 114 million jobs lost. Where do we go from here? How do we recover? The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a toll, severely affecting the future of education, healthcare, and jobs. But it has also proved that broadband connectivity and digital infrastructure are not just a necessity, but a new global imperative.
In partnership with the government of Japan and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ITU's Connect to Recover initiative aims to strengthen national digital infrastructure ecosystems to help countries remain operational and resilient in times of major global crises.
Our midterm vision for Connect to Recover is to reinforce the digital infrastructure and ecosystem of beneficiary countries.
Through the Connect to Recover initiative, we aim to enhance global connectivity to leave no one behind in this digital age. Connect to Recover uses a framework to measure a country's internet resilience in 3 areas: critical infrastructure, market, and network, with an aim to help nations identify gaps and implement solutions that strengthen their ICT infrastructure and preparedness for facing future shocks. To ensure scalability and impact, C2R collaborates with other ITU global initiatives such as GIGA, Be Healthy, Be Mobile, and Decent Jobs and Digital Skills to help countries build back better, with a focus on education, healthcare, and jobs. Want to know more? Join us. Help us connect to recover.
And help us build back better with broadband.
Thank you very much. I hope you like our video, especially the message by our Director of BDT, Doreen Borgen-Martin, to build back better with broadband. So please join our initiative. Now let me introduce Mr. Alex Wong, the Chief of a Special Initiative at ITU-D, and invite him to take the floor to welcome you all and officially start the session. Alex, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Samir. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all colleagues. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining us the entire week of Emerging Technology Week. But in particular today, we look forward to providing you more background on 2 ITU initiatives, the Connect to Recover, as well as GIGA. And today, specifically, we will explore the role of emerging technologies that they have in the role of learning in the post-COVID world and accelerating digital transformation in the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states. Unfortunately, now it's been over a year since the onset of the global COVID pandemic. Globally, The ICT industry has proved to be essential in reducing the negative impacts of the crisis, considering that an enormous range of social and economic activities have shifted from face-to-face to online in such a short period of time. The two initiatives that I've mentioned, Connect to Recover and GIGA, has as its rationale and the realization that the pandemic has taught us over the past year, the importance of broadband and the role of ICTs. Yet, as many of you know, half of the planet, 3.7 billion people, remain offline. And lack of internet access is even more acute in the least developed countries, where only 19% of the population is connected. The COVID pandemic has also taken a toll in particularly the vulnerable populations and in the areas of education, healthcare, and jobs. And that's why in Connect to Recover, we focus on those areas in particular. And the GIGA initiative, of course, focuses specifically on education. The pandemic has also shown how connectivity, infrastructure, and emerging technologies can help countries be better prepared to withstand the crisis and also to ensure they have the necessary basic services for their survival. And so within the framework of the Emerging Technology Week, we and the two initiatives that I've mentioned, the Connect, Recover, and GIGA, are joining forces to highlight now how emerging technologies and national digital infrastructure ecosystems can help countries remain operational and resilient in times of major crises such as this, and in particular, how we can work together to improve the achievement of SDG 4 related to quality education. So today's objectives in this session are threefold. Raise awareness about Connect to Recover and GIGA as two examples of initiatives that are developing resilient infrastructure post-COVID for education, health, and job creation. Secondly, share insights and examples where emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, and satellite imagery are being used to help governments map and connect schools to the internet and to make sure we leave no student behind. And finally, to share challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned from the least developed countries, LLDCs and SIDS, landlocked developing countries and the small island developing states, as well as their experiences in using emerging technologies to address educational challenges in the post-COVID situation. I would invite you to join the conversation using the chat function, ask questions, contribute your own experience, and engage in the Q&A sessions. Finally, I would like to just recognize and thank our partners on these initiatives, Japan and Saudi Arabia, who are supporting the Connect to Recover initiative, our partner UNICEF on the GIGA initiative, which has an ambition to connect every school to the internet, and Boston Consulting Group. And Michael is on the panel today as our knowledge partner in helping out specifically to think through how to create sustainable village connectivity operating models. So with that, let me thank you again for your participation. And I now hand over to my colleague Samir Sharma to kick off the rest of our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, so very much for your encouraging words. I now have the pleasure to introduce my colleague and also friend, Ms. Nisa Futai Purcell, the Regulator, Office of the Regulator Samoa, who will be the moderator for the session for today. Nisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Samir, and good morning, or should I say good day, good evening to everyone, all the participants from around the world that we have today. Now, I'm very happy to be moderating this session because this is my passion, and that is to help least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states in using emergency telecommunications during the times of disasters, including this pandemic. Now, for the session today, we have 5 panelists, and they are Mr. Samir Sharma, Senior Advisor for ITU, Ms. Shilpa Arora, she's the Data Scientist Office of the Global Innovation for UNICEF. We have Mr. Shivnesh Prasad, he's the Digital Development Specialist of the World Bank. Mr. L.B. Bester, Market Development Manager, Networks of Intelsats. And then we also have Mr. Michael Wilms. He's the Partner and Director for Telecommunication PCG. Their bios are already on the documents for this session, and so I don't need to read them out. So we're about to start, and I urge all the panelists to please stick to 5 minutes for your presentations in the interest of time. Okay, the topic of our session today is learning in a post-COVID world. How can emerging technologies help achieve universal access to quality education? Now, this topic is about COVID-19, which has taken a toll in the world, hitting particularly hard already vulnerable positions and populations in least developed countries, LDCs, SIDS, and LLDC in the areas of education, healthcare, and jobs. The pandemic has shown how connectivity, ICT infrastructure, and emerging technologies can help countries be better prepared to react to major global crises and to ensure their societies can continue learning, working, and accessing basic services for their survival. This first part of our session, we are going to focus on building resilience for future pandemics, how emerging technologies can help us advance the SDG 4 in a post-COVID world. And so let me first start with you, Samir. You lead ITU's Connect to Recover initiative. Can you tell us a bit about it and how assessing resilience, emerging technologies, policies, and regulations can help strengthen the digital infrastructure and connectivity? Samir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nisa, so very much for this kind introduction. As we all know that we have witnessed unprecedented humanitarian crisis in terms of this COVID pandemic, which has affected almost all sectors of the societies. And in particular, the greatest impact have been felt in three specific areas: education, jobs, and healthcare. If you look at the education, 2.2 billion children and young people are unconnected. And because of this pandemic, which has impacted 91% of the students worldwide, around 1.6 billion of children and the young people. If you look at the jobs market, more than 114 million people have lost their jobs, and the impact is higher for women as well as for the young workers. If you look at the healthcare, the recent statement of the Secretary General of United Nations has confirmed that more than 4 million people have died because of the pandemic, affecting more than 165 million of people world over. With the recent release of the ITU's econometric models and the report, we have seen that the fixed broadband had a higher economic impact for the developed countries, and the fixed broadband penetration with the countries with the low fixed broadband penetration, mobile broadband technologies have taken over and is becoming preeminent technology for driving economic growth, thereby highlighting the urgency of universal digital connectivity. Next slide. So with this intent in mind, last year in September 2020, ITU started the global initiative Connect to Recover with the focus on building back better with the broadband, identifying key pillars of education, healthcare, and jobs where we think that the ITU can make the greatest impact in the recovery efforts with the objective of reinforcing, re-strengthening digital infrastructure for digital ecosystem for the countries. And this initiative focuses on three outcomes. First is countries' internet and resilience assessment, developing national ICT strategies, and projects for quick wins. As you would see that this initiative is up and running in almost all the regions of the ITU, we like to acknowledge our gratitude for MIC Japan and Saudi Arabia, which are our funding partners. Just very briefly introducing the methodology that we are following. There's a 5-stage, 5-phase methodology. First, the global methodology, which uniformly would carry out the assessment and the bottlenecks and the gaps identified in the areas of policies and to respond and mitigate consequences of COVID-19. Once it is done, we will carry out the assessment at the country level for digital and internet resilience assessment. And based on the gaps identified, we focus on streamlining and developing ICT strategies to ensure digital infrastructure and ecosystems adequately support recovery efforts. And then we would like to see some of the tests for the pilots, testing some of the technological solutions, focusing on education, healthcare, and jobs. And depending upon the further partnerships and the resources, we will carry out further deep dive studies on education, healthcare, and job creation. Let me just give you very briefly about the outcome of the first global methodology that we are coming out. In fact, you would see this report coming out at the end of this month itself on the connectivity gaps and strengthening resilience in the new normal. Just let me share with you a couple of key findings of the report in 3 areas. First is on the data, resiliency, and on the policy. The report observes that the quality of available broadband data is incomplete overall and worse in the places where it is needed the most, because data is the backbone for resilience as well as informed policy decision making. And ITU is in a unique position to convene various stakeholders forum to develop new data collection methodologies and visualizations, such as we have the coverage maps with the transmission broadband maps. And this pandemic has taught us that countries' broadband networks cannot be viewed as resilient if significant portions of the population cannot access to the internet at home. For example, there's problems of electricity access. And also, it is important for the regulators and the governments to review their national broadband plans or to develop their national strategies. Next slide, please. So what we are going to do in this, as a part of this report, uniformly, we will carry out the assessment under level phase 2 and phase 3 to collect the data and then carry out resilience studies for the network operators for critical infrastructure and the market resilience, national digital strategies under the pillar areas of job, healthcare, and education. And finally, I'm very happy to share with you that this initiative is up and running on the ground. In Rwanda, we are providing connectivity to the 10 schools. In Haiti, we are Tech in Community program, providing ICT connectivity to disadvantaged communities. And in Armenia and Kazakhstan, CIS region, this initiative is going to take shape. OECS in America region and broadband transmission map in Arab regions. Finally, to conclude, I just wanted to highlight that whether in the access, first mile or last mile, all the available technological solutions and options, this project provides the opportunity for private sectors and all the providers to actually test those emerging new technologies that you will see and listen from all these partners. So with that, thank you very much for your participation, and we invite you to join ITU initiative on Connect to Recover to build back better with the broadband. With that, thank you so very much. Over to you, Nisa.
Oh, Lisa, you're on mute. Lisa, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Samir. You've set the stage very nicely for our session. So now let me move to Shilpa, who is the scientist at UNICEF. Shilpa, can you tell us a little bit about how emerging technologies are helping deliver online education, specifically through the work that you are doing with GIGA, the partnership between UNICEF and ITU to connect every school on the planet? And also please tell us about the challenges and opportunities that you see in implementing these technologies in a post-COVID world. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'll give you an overview of some of the technologies that we're using in GIGA, primarily focused on mapping schools and their connectivity information. So next slide, please. I'll first show you So as the GIGA's main initiative is to connect every student in every school to the internet. To achieve that, one of the primary things that we need is to know where these schools are, how many schools that there are in the world, where are they located, what's the connectivity status, and also what's the standard of the connectivity that do they get. And unfortunately, this information doesn't exist in the world in a very easy fashion. So to get that information first, what we have developed is a platform called projectconnect.org, where you can see all the schools. We are estimated around 6 million schools, and we're about to map around 1 million schools. And you can see all of those schools and their connectivity status on this platform. You can drill down up to exact location of every school and see what is their connectivity status, where they're located, and you can also see it's changing every day. So this is like the one primary initiative so that every government, partners and service providers can regularly monitor the connectivity of every school. Next slide. Now, as I spoke about that, the primary, need is to know where these schools are. Unfortunately, not every government know where their schools are located, and to do data collection on ground, it's pretty expensive. It's a lot of time inaccurate as well, and in the COVID, it's even difficult to do data collection on ground, right? So what we thought about is an alternative approach. We used machine learning and deep learning to identify where these schools are. So we built a deep learning model based on the satellite imagery. We did this with our partner DevSeed, where we used the real location of schools and also our on-ground mappers to map and label schools and not schools using satellite imagery. And then we built a deep learning model and that can now be used to find out the exact location or detect or predict the exact location of schools in a lot of countries. So this is an example of Colombia, where with 89% we could estimate that. And this is a model that is running for a bunch of countries. This is just not used to predict or find out new schools that are not mapped. This is also used to validate the schools that are provided by the government and other sources. So this is an example of how machine learning and AI could be used in an automated fashion. Next slide, please. So now, once we know where the schools are for these alternative approaches, the next main thing is to know what's the connectivity there. And as GIGA is not like one of initiative, we want it to be a sustainable system, which it's self-sustaining in a way that every student gets internet on a regular basis. So we have to track and build a system that allows connectivity to be tracked on a daily basis. So we built this Chrome extension with one of our partners, Ericsson, where this web extension can be installed in any of the browser. And once it's just connected in a device, we can get the information of connectivity on a daily basis without any intervention needed by government or any administration whatsoever. Next slide. So using this particular Chrome extension, and we also have a web app to enable this. This is an example of how this was leveraged. So in Brazil, you can see on the Project Connect web app itself that every day we get information on the connectivity. And it's visible on the map, what's the connectivity, what's the Mbps speed that they're getting in each and every school. This model is just not to track, but also to make the entire system more accountable, and also if possible to build a system which is based on the service fees and other incentives of the service provider linked to the internet speed that they're getting. So that's another initiative that we took. Next slide, please. Now, as I said earlier, we're using machine learning and deep learning to detect the schools. Now, our model also gives us an estimate of how accurate that detection is. Now, the ones which are not super accurately detected, what we built was this gaming app for those cases where we can use crowdsourcing approaches with different people to validate if this is a school or not. So this is a simple web app that that anybody can use, and you can basically say based on the image, do you think it's a school or not? We build a machine learning on a model on top of it to estimate different crowdsource responses and say with what accuracy do we think it's a school or not. So this is approach of combining, AI and human intelligence together, building a human belief system where we're using models to detect and we're using humans to validate. So that's another approach we took to get most accurate school information. So these are some of the examples of the technologies that we are working on every day, trying to improve them and build even more such initiatives. Just next slide. We're happy to take any questions and also suggestions on how to do even better work with these technologies. You can reach out to us and explore the work more on gigaconnect.org. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions at the end.
Thank you very much, Shilpa, for that excellent presentation and sharing your work with Giga, which is really amazing and can help LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS going forward. Now, let me turn to Mr. Shivnesh Prasad, the digital specialist at the World Bank. Now, Shiv, please tell us about emerging mobile technologies and how they can facilitate the digital transformation in the Pacific Islands. Shiv, you have the floor.
Vinaka Vakalevu Nisa. Bula Vinaka to all from the islands of Fiji. It's a pleasure for me to be with you all today as we discuss the digital innovations that are currently underway in the Pacific Islands. Next slide, please. The Pacific markets, although small, are quite dynamic and enjoy high penetration of ICT services. The ICT sector in most of the Pacific markets are deregulated and has competition. This is true for the bigger size markets of Samoa, Vanuatu, and Fiji, where cost of accessing the internet tends to be among the cheapest in the region due to good competition. The region also has a number of submarine cable systems which provide robust and cost-effective international connectivity options. Now let's look at the key drivers. Governments in the region are the catalysts in regards to driving the digital transformation agenda. By digitizing citizen services, governments encourage the citizens to not only start using digital applications, but also helps to create volume to drive further demand. This would be a win-win situation where there is increase in accessibility of services and a corresponding decrease in the cost of accessing and maintaining services. The second key driver, in my opinion, is the appetite and preferences of the users. The population in the Pacific demands to be able to access applications and services with the same ease and quality as their peers in more developed parts of the world. They wish to purchase goods from online shopping platforms. They wish to do video chats without latency, attend online lectures to further their education without buffering. These consumer demands lead to a constant need for the service providers to innovate. Of course, there are challenges as well. The smallness of the market, the high cost of connectivity, and maintaining infrastructure have a significant impact on the operations, especially on sustaining operations in isolated and non-commercial markets. High costs of operations ultimately lead to higher cost of accessing services for the consumers. Also, the growth of the first generational users of internet in the region has implications related to cybersecurity, and these need to be managed through awareness and education. Next slide, please. The comparison on slide 3 is useful to illustrate the mobile broadband is key in the region, and markets where they are deemed affordable enjoy higher rates of penetration. This is a comparison between the mobile broadband and the fixed fiber network. Next slide, please. Slide 4 illustrates that 4G is the dominant technology across all established markets in the Pacific, and it is also a growing technology even in the smaller markets of Tuvalu and Kiribati. Next slide, please. So what is evident? We are seeing a significant growth in the use of digital tools in the financial services sector. For example, in Fiji, where it is estimated that close to 24 US million is transacted monthly on mobile money wallet platforms. Even the smaller markets such as Kiribati, online banking is used to facilitate transfer and payments, including payments of utility bills. Remittances services are now linked directly through most banks and mobile money wallet platforms. The growth of e-government applications to facilitate business registration, accessing taxation services and civil registrations, even elements of e-educations are being explored in the times of the pandemic to facilitate learnings at home. Samoa has deployed recently the Maua app, which is the first homegrown interoperable payment system and a critical component to boost local e-commerce. Similarly, a number of locally designed apps such as Bula Markets are providing Fijians with a range of online marketplace choices. Even in smaller islands, innovative entrepreneurs are using Facebook Markets to do business, and in some cases, not only domestically, but also internationally. So what are we seeing going forward? Reducing international connectivity gap either through the use of submarine cables and or satellite to provide better redundancy and cost-effective solutions. Falling satellite costs also provide a viable option to connect remote and small population sites. Reaching the unconnected is not only to facilitate universal rights of access, including access to educational platform, but ultimately they will add to the market size and in turn create further uptake and demand for digital transformation. There would be consideration for cloud computing and technologies for data storage given the significant cost of investing and duplicating core facilities locally. Given the similar needs of the countries in the region, there may be an opportunity to explore the use of shared services to reduce development and ownership costs. Of course, this can be tweaked to be relevant to local applications. I would like to leave you with a snapshot. Next slide, please. I would like to leave you with a snapshot of the digital tools that have been adopted by the Fijian government as part of its mitigation strategy during the pandemic. This includes an online portal for vaccination registration, a real-time dashboard of COVID active cases and locations, an online registration portal for government assistance, such as transfer payments and distribution of rations, online application and processing of passes for business operations, as well as increasing online presence for vast number of retailers. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the work that the World Bank and the ITU are doing in terms of sharing telecommunications data and best practices for telecommunications policies and regulation. We are also collaborating on the development of a joint open terrestrial fiber data standards and map, which would improve the availability of terrestrial fiber optic infrastructure, data in accessible and standard formats. Vinaka Vakalevu, thank you. I look forward to your questions and I hand it back to the moderator. Vinaka Nisa.
Vinaka Shivnesh, for your insightful intervention. Now, let me change gears a little bit and engage our audience more actively on the discussions. We have a poll for everybody. We have prepared for this session to measure your knowledge on the subject matter of today. Can I ask IS moderator, Luisa, to present the poll and explain how participants can take part, please?
All right, so dear participants, I'm going to launch the poll right now. And as you can see on your screen, you can see different questions. You can scroll down to see maybe the last one, and you can just click on, select the right answer for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the first question for the poll is, how effective can emerging technology be for accelerating access to universal quality education? The choice of your answers are A, very effective, B, somewhat effective, C, not effective at all. I'll give you a few seconds to make your choice and answer the question. Okay, question 2. Has the COVID pandemic prompted your country to start implementing some of these technologies for increasing access to online learning? So your choice of answers are yes, that's A, B, no, C, do not know. I'll give you a few seconds. It's the same as what you're seeing on the screen. So, and then the last question is, what do you consider as the major challenge when trying to use these technologies for increasing access to online answers. And as you can see, the answers are A, cost, B, deployment, C, regulation, and D, lack of awareness. Let's give it a few seconds, and then IS moderator can bring up the results. All right, Luisa.
All right, you can see the results now.
This is excellent. Okay, so now it's very clear that universal access to quality education using technology is very, very effective. It's standing at 70%. The second one of somewhat effective is at 10%, and so on. Then we look at the second question, and yes, I'm really, really pleased to see that the countries, most countries, well, in fact, everyone that took this poll, most of them are answering that yes, the COVID pandemic has prompted the countries to implement some of these technologies for increasing access for online learning. And then can you bring up question 3, please? I can only see the results of question 1 and 2.
I scroll down to question 3. I can see it on my screen. I'm not sure. Maybe you need to scroll.
Oh, okay. Let me have a look.
Thanks.
All right. Wow. As I suspected, the cost is a major challenge. I can see that 40% have answered yes to cost being a barrier. And then that's followed by deployment, followed by closely by regulator and lack of awareness. So therefore, we have a lot of issues that we need to address. And it's very, very important that we provide awareness to our people, and then, of course, deployment. But as the poll results tonight, cost is a major challenge when it comes to using the technologies for increasing access to online learning. Now, I'm glad that to know that although this is a pandemic, but COVID-19 has prompted some countries to use technologies. And now we see that the main challenge remains to be the costs. So this is for all the countries and participants to think about after this session. Thank you very much to all of you who took part in this session, this interactive exercise. Thank you. Now, thank you, IS moderator. Thank you, Luisa. Now let me turn to our next speaker, Mr. L.B. Bester, Market Development Development Manager of Networks in Intelsat. You saw the poll results, LB. Can you talk a little bit about the potential of satellite technologies in addressing affordable connectivity, specifically for LDCs, LLDCs, and SITs, and in particular for achieving SDG 4 which is a universal access to quality education? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, Nisha. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll be Bester from Intelsat. We're a global satellite operator. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with the company. We've got 50 plus satellites covering 99% of the inhabited globe. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what I want to talk about are there are 5 initiatives that we've over the past 3 years that we got involved with, deeply involved with. And in all 5 of these cases, it was specifically a Wi-Fi using a satellite backhaul. But we also do have projects in Uganda and Lax where we're using deploying 2G or 3G or LTE with satellite backhaul service. Of course, the beauty of a satellite service is satellites already in the sky. The ground stations are already built, or the gateways. And it's a matter of getting someone to drive out, install the antenna, install the Wi-Fi router, and set up the network. And typically that can be done between 1 and 3 days per site. The other beauty of satellite, of course, is the broad coverage. So we can scale thousands of sites in the country and use the same data pool to service those sites. And Intelsat gets heavily involved in all these cases with funding some of these trials and proof of concept. So the first one, Rwanda Schools, a project we did with the Rwanda Education Department, together with our technology partner, Liquid Telecom in Rwanda. We connected 12 schools in rural areas of Rwanda where there's no alternative terrestrial connectivity options. So between October 2020 and April this year, we ran the pilot with the department. In that time, 8,500 students connected to the network. It was specifically set up in the IT classroom for each one of the schools. And in the surveys that we sent out to the teachers, the feedback was very, very positive. And in most cases, and well, in all cases, the service was used for online education, some administration, and then some social networking. The second project currently in deployment in Niger is Smart Villages project. There are 10 villages in, again, really, really deep rural Niger. In some of the cases, it takes the installation team, and I think it ties to the poll feedback. The deployment and installation we found is the most expensive component, specifically when we reach into deep rural areas. The team has to travel 3 days to get to one of the sites, and it's a pretty hostile area, so you don't want to leave people there too long. But about 10 sites, we made use of satellite imagery in this case, because all we had was the name of the site and GPS coordinates, so to satellite imagery to get an idea of the sort of the scale of the village, and sort of get the optimized network coverage, the Wi-Fi network coverage for those sites. We are currently working with the ITU to expand these services to include a caching server, which means that content will be able to be cached to these sites, and of course that will reduce the amount of traffic that needs to flow over the satellite network, because much of the content will be cached, and it can be updated at nighttime when the network is not too busy. Very exciting project was the project with the UNHCR and the Ampain refugee camp in Ghana. Between 2016 and 2019, we ran the pilot with the UNHCR, very, very closely working with the regional education officer for UNHCR in Western Africa. You can see in the photo on the left there, they set up a little classroom, or they call it the ICT center, and that center became the heart of education for the refugee camp. So people would have access to the internet at limited times, 2 or 3 hours a day per person. And also the schools would be brought through at certain times of the day or certain times of the week to make use of the network. I think the exciting outcome was the working with Coursera. Coursera made the course material available to the inhabitants of the refugee camp, and we had 280 certificates that were issued over that period of time. We got some verbatims. A lady by the name of Natasha, 28 years old, came into the refugee camp as a refugee with very little hope, And she walked out with a certificate in project management. Very excited to be able to achieve something under such conditions. Another gentleman in the camp, Jean-Marie, together with some of the inhabitants, started making soap. They sold on the market, and he eventually did a Coursera course in customer analysis to better understand what they should be providing and who they should be providing targeting. So good outcomes there. And then the other two is Coca-Cola Eco Centers project we did with Coca-Cola, of course, in Kenya, Tanzania, and in Rwanda. 5 each in those countries, and we found that the data showed that in most cases people would use the network, and that was a paid-for service, so they would get 330 megabytes of data for the price of a bottle of Coca-Cola. 330 mils of Coca-Cola is around about 30 US cents or 25 US cents, depending on the country. And people use it for job searches, and they would use it to submit their CV. So again, it proves to the value of IT specifically in the upliftment of people. And the Internet for All project in South Africa with the government, 5 sites, and some of those sites were pushing 450 users per day. So extremely well supported, and good data we got from each one of those projects. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Elby. Now, your presentation shows that development of ICT infrastructure has to be a combination of terrestrial cables and satellites. So it's land, sea, and air. Thank you very much. Now, let me turn to our next speaker.
Nisa, this is Samir. Can I just make a humble submission on behalf of some of the participants, if I may? There have been questions in terms of the cost of connectivity and affordability. And in particular, one of the questions is about, whether Intelsat can provide any economic support for connectivity beyond the project timeline. So maybe, Nisa, I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Okay, before the next speaker, the last question was specifically for Intelsat. So Elby, you have the floor. Just 1 minute.
Okay, so let's look at cost. I think that was the chief first question I picked up there. In the project post the pilot in Rwanda, working with Liquid Telecom, who's our service provider in the country, they are putting together a proposal that the capex cost per school equipment probably comes in around about $1,700 to $2,000. Installation is probably about $1,000 because it's not easy to get installation done in some of those sites. And then the monthly operational cost, the OPEX is somewhere around about $400 per month per school. Does that answer the question, Nisa?
That is good enough. If we have time, we'll have to go back and try and answer. I can see that there are around 25, 28 comments and also questions. So this is a very interesting session. Anyway, our next speaker is Mr. Michael Wilms, who is a partner and director for telecommunication BCG. I would like you to take us to the practical level. Can you share with us some examples of possible country operating models for school connectivity and how they are being carried out in the post-COVID world? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Happy to do that. Happy also to be working with the ITU and UNICEF to support GIGA in this very challenging time. If we could move to the next slide, please. So obviously, we all know this, right? A large part of the world is not connected, and that also applies to schools. And on the next slide, we've also shown how important it is that schools are connected. Can we move to the next slide, please? The more schools are connected to the internet, the better the education quality will be. And there's very clear proof of that, if you can see on the left-hand side of this. And also that in turn drives an increase in GDP. Secondly, if we can connect the schools, we'll also use the school as a hub for the connectivity for the remainder of the community. And therefore, it will be a substantial driver in closing the digital divide. If we move to the next slide, what we're trying to do is create a sustainable business model, as was laid out in the last question to Intelsat as well. There's substantial costs associated with connecting schools. I think, as we see later, we estimated about $8,000 per school per year, which is pretty close to the numbers we heard earlier. And what we need to ensure is that that can be funded on a sustainable basis. So what we've been looking at is what is the right combination of technology, cost aspect, funding structure, and then operational setup to make sure that these schools can be connected on an ongoing basis without relying on charity for every replacement cycle or the operational cost. If we move to the next slide, what we've done as part of GIGA is actually set a very clear target for what meaningful connectivity for the school means. And we arrived at a headline target of 20 Mbits per school, which means that a number of technologies can actually serve that. And as you said in the intermezzo, I think we need a combination of technologies, 4G, microwave wireless, fiber, and satellite, to ensure that we can connect all schools with an affordable method, and also some a technology which has some upgrade pathways as we move to the remainder of the decade. The way we look at funding is outlined on the next slide. Oh, sorry, actually not. So first we look at the cost. Sorry, can you move to that slide? So we've done some assessment of cost, and across the board to connect a school is $3,000 to $4,000, maybe $5,000, depending on the country. And in some countries, there will be cost to supply electricity on top if there's no electricity available at that school, which adds about $2,000 to $3,000 onto the numbers we have here. Translating that to a cost per student, which I think is very intuitive for everybody, we're looking at on average $15 per student that we will need to fund on an annual basis to make sure that we can connect this school. We'll move to the next slide, please. We are looking at various sources of where we can get this $15 a year. Obviously, ministries of education and other ongoing education funding is a critical part, but in many places will never be enough. The second part we're looking at is what can the community contribute further, especially if the school can act as a hub for connectivity, but potentially also electricity for the remainder of the community. There's something there, and we'll see what that comes at in the next slide. And then lastly, our vision would be longer term, we need to get to something which is commercially provided, because that's the best guarantee that this will be operated on an ongoing basis. But obviously, we need to ensure that the demand is there, that commercial operations are also viable there. Now we can move to the next slide. So obviously, there's a whole range of setups that we can set up, ranging from just contracts between governments and private enterprises to a lot of PPP concession setups, which we believe is the right way to go. One of the things we'll be doing in the coming months is actually lay out handbooks, which will be publicly available via the GIGA website, on how you can set this up in practice to make sure that you can continue to operate this on an ongoing basis. Let me move to the next slide. Oh, that's already the end. I think what we've also done for specifically Rwanda is look at these costs specifically. And if we then look at what the community can actually fund, we end up with about 3/4, which can be funded by the community directly for connectivity and electricity, which means that the actual gap that we need to fund particularly in Rwanda, is actually quite doable and amounts to about $1,000, $1,500 per school. And I'm pretty sure we should be able to make that work with various subsidies and support from more developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Great insights in the models as you have explained. And we've come to the end of our presenters. Samir, I know we have a few minutes left. Now, would it be possible for our team, ITU team, to look at the questions and also comments and perhaps send it out to all participants or send it out with the summary of this session? Yeah,
yes.
okay, that's great.
True. Maybe just one question. I think people are talking and there are very interesting discussions about economic feasibility as well as, technical feasibility. I tried to provide some of the quick references and answers, but we'll be more than happy to actually connect either to all these speakers or through Secretariat, through ITU. We'll be able to maybe share with you the outcome report that you would see from us, but happy to stand guided. However, Nisa, we have 4 minutes. Sharp at 00 hours, the session would close because we are running parallel sessions, as you are aware, for the technology week.
Yes, thank you very much. So, I would like to give, well, let me say my final word. And then I will give a minute for each of the speakers. But it's very clear that emergency telecommunication is very important in ensuring that our people are able to access online learning in times of disasters, especially during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the Connect to Recover initiative of the ITU is very timely and relevant to help LDCs, LLDCs and SIDS address connectivity issues that can provide universal access to quality education and thereby achieving the SDG4. I believe that the goal of C2R is to do and is to assist every country, every developing country, especially LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, have access to universal access for education because this access will contribute to a better living standards for all. Now, if I may start with Shiv, 1 minute closing remark, please.
Thank you very much, Nisa. I can sum it up in a sentence. Think while innovating and adapting to new connecting technologies has significantly reduced costs to access educational platforms in the region, affordability of these devices would remain a critical challenge, especially in a post-pandemic world where there are various competing needs. And that needs to be mitigated against if we were to optimize online education in the region. Thank you, Nisa.
Thank you very much, LP.
Back to you.
Thank you, Shiv.
I think Michael from BSG, I think the research points out to exactly what we see. It is possible to provide service in an affordable way to really deep unconnected areas. There are a number of models that can be looked at. There is funding from the department. There is paid for service, and as I said, with the Coca-Cola project, we saw people were willing to pay the price of a bottle of Coca-Cola for 330 megabytes of data. So the alternative for them is to get on a taxi or a motorcycle and drive into town and go access the internet there. So I think the value of being connected where you live is immense, and it adds to the quality of people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. Just quickly, please. We're just hit finishing time.
I think internet plays a very significant role, and the emerging technologies can help in the ways we haven't maybe thought before. So please, we love to hear as innovative solutions as we can, and as much new innovation and open source, specifically technologies that we can, as we try to build something that is built by everyone and get used by everyone. So I think that'll be great if everybody can contribute on that.
Thank you. And let's move on to Michael.
Yeah,
Just
thank
quickly.
you. Yeah, I'll keep it very quick. I think what today has shown is that with all of the new technologies, we should be able to find a pathway to connect every school and by extension, every community and every individual in a way that is long-term affordable and also sustainable. And that should materially forward the entire globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Samir?
Just a quick one. I think I'm very excited to see the part of this exciting discussion, to see that the digital infrastructure plays a very important role in providing the dots, especially for education, health, and job creation. And this resiliency, together we can do and make the world a better place by our partnership and making sure $428 billion of investment that is required for connecting every person on this earth. I think together we can make this world a better place.
Excellent. So finally, I would like to thank all the panelists for your excellent contribution, and also our distinguished online audience for joining this session. And I wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nisa, for such a great moderation. I think we can just remotely just appreciate and clap for such a great moderation. And thank you all the participants and the speakers and giving us opportunity to discuss excellent questions. We'll come up with an outcome report and share with you. We really appreciate your time and interest. Once again, thank you all the speakers. ITU and Connect to Recover team is looking forward to seeing you once again. Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful evening and good weekend ahead. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Recording stopped.
Bastian. This is Maite.
Hello, Maite. Is
Yes,
Bastian there? Okay.
He is connected.
Hello, this is Bastian here.
Okay,
So,
Bastian. So I think the floor is yours. I don't know if your speakers are here.
yes, we're just waiting on Bilal for his opening remarks, and I think he's joining in a minute or two, so apologies for the delay. We should be starting then. I hope that's okay.
Okay, dear participants, if you can just bear with us for a few minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Carefully.
The floor is yours, Bilal.
Greetings, dear colleagues, delegates,
Recording in
and
progress.
participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Fantastic. Okay, greetings and welcome. I'd like to welcome you to this webinar on artificial intelligence for health. To kick off this session, I would like to include a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. It is health that is the real wealth and not pieces of gold or silver. Living in the circumstances that the world is now facing with COVID-19 pandemic, the statement holds true now more than ever before. The advent of the fourth industrial revolution and the digital transformation has facilitated the integration of technology into various domains, including health. Furthermore, the advancements in data collection has brought about the emergence of artificial intelligence, or AI, which has altered the way many industries operate in the modern era. In this context, AI also has ushered in a new age of operational efficiencies and ensuring quality healthcare to aid medical professionals in clinical diagnosis. While AI holds the potential to bridge the gap between medical research and clinical practice, its introduction in the field of medicine is still at a nascent stage. To introduce the fundamental principles of AI and to bring its potential applications for medical as well as surgical practices to the center stage, the ITU WHO Focus Group on AI for Health stepped into the limelight in July 2018. Since its establishment, this focus group has been tapping into the current knowledge base on AI and exploring the challenges and future directions for leveraging AI as a transformative technology for patient care. In keeping with its scope, the focus group AI for Health capitalizes on the increasing volume of anonymized data that could be gathered through electronic health records. These data streams have the potential to form the basis for benchmarking AI models developed for a given task related to diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of a specific illness or disorder. The focus group AI for Health has over 20 active topic groups, each of which is dedicated to management of different diseases. The core theme being explored within one of the topic groups is that of the promising role played by AI in radiology, while delving into 1, the definitions of common terms, 2, the development and benchmarking of AI ecosystem for data collection and imaging, and 3, the challenges of clinical implementation. Advances in machine learning have also enabled the early detection, diagnosis, and self-management of diabetes through an automated process. This is being examined further through the topic group on diabetes, which elaborates on the relevant data sets for diabetes, pre-processing methods, feature extraction methods, along with AI-based identification, classification, and diagnosis. As recognized by the World Health Organization, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Keeping this in mind, it is important to acknowledge that other risk scenarios related to conflict and biological hazards could also negatively affect human health. We live in unprecedented times with the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. It has impacted not only health, but also dented the global economy and harmed food systems. In addition to a topic group on outbreak, the AI for Health focus group has also recently established an ad hoc group on digital technologies for COVID health emergency, which seeks to underscore various use cases relating to the use of digital technologies, including AI, to deal with ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in terms of COVID prevention, contact tracing, early detection, recovery, and rehabilitation. Other biological hazards which could impact health include those which affect food systems. One of the important factors which could affect crop yield is insect disasters. The prevalent method of pest identification is manual insect classification, which can be a time-consuming and expensive process. Recognizing this, the ITU WMO UNEP Focus Group on Artificial Intelligence for Natural Disaster Management seeks to explore how machine learning and neural networks could resolve the problem of multi-classification of insects and predict the location and density of insect swarms to reduce crop damage. Both focus groups, ventures I mentioned today, Focus Group on AI for Health and Focus Group on AI for Natural Disaster Management, are privileged to have other committed members from the UN system for their respective groups, working towards a common aim of ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being as per Sustainable Development Goal number 3, while also dealing with the other biological disasters including the ongoing pandemic. With the hope that today's session takes us a little closer to understanding of biological hazards in the digital age, I wish you all a successful session ahead. Thank you. I guess we move over to our first speaker of the session. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. Thanks for that wonderful introduction, Bilal. It's really nice to see you again. My name's Naomi Lee. I'm a senior executive editor at The Lancet and also vice chair of one of the focus groups that we were just discussing, which is the AI for Health. I've got some slides to share and I'm going to put those up now. And there's always that awkward moment where I hope that you can all see them. So yeah, hoping that you can all see these slides and give you something to look at while we're talking. So one of the really interesting things about AI for Health is not only is there possibility, but how do we make sure that it's safe and that it works for all of the people that want to use it? When we think about AI for Health, one of the things that we have thought about within the focus group and all of the people taking part is what's the problem? And the problem is obviously health is an extremely high priority for all of us. Many people in the chat were saying the highest. But what do we do when there's inequality, inequity throughout the world, there's bias, but there's also a supply which is a demand which is greater than the supply of health professionals that we have to deliver and also of the supplies. So could artificial intelligence be a tool that could help us use the resources that we have more efficiently, but also to help people attain health using a technology that we don't currently use? So we already know that there are not enough healthcare workers in the world to meet the demand, and this is particularly in regions of Asia and Africa. And there's a lot of excitement throughout the world as to whether or not AI could be used to kind of leapfrog countries which have particular issues around supply because they don't have some of the entrenched patterns of healthcare delivery that some of the other countries have. But the question that the focus group has been trying to ask is, well, could it? And if so, how do we know whether or not a tool is good enough for use in that circumstance? So there are so many opportunities where the AI solutions could work. Could they work for detection of a disease? Could it work with diagnosis? Could it work with medical decision making? If we can use machine learning algorithms and big data, particularly from electronic health records, but also from records that might be captured from vital registration or from the smartphone of the participants themselves, we know the internet and smartphones have spread to almost all the corners of the globe. So let me give you an example. if there was a situation where a person could test themselves or screen themselves for a cancer, so for example, a cervical cancer test or some kind of screening, and AI could be used in the interpretation of the results, then this is a way that perhaps diagnosis could be improved, but also treatment could be offered earlier to those who need it, and so could help with that important burden. But there are challenges. So we know that artificial intelligence tools at the moment are promising, but they're also relatively preliminary. And the evaluation of AI tools doesn't always mesh with the way that we would evaluate other tools for use in healthcare. So, for example, where tools are trained once and they're used for this linear deployment, when should they be evaluated? And what do we do in this situation, which is more the reality with AI, where tools are updated regularly, and so the algorithm or the data on which it trains or the code itself can be changed with much more regularity than a pharmaceutical intervention. So we need to think of a way that we can fit the current evaluation system to this rapidly changing tool. So what the focus group recognized is that this requires a joint effort from experts in diverse fields. So it can't be a purely medical field. It must incorporate research and academia, also needs the input from regulators, ethics, from those in the technical AI and machine learning community, and of course, those in public health. And really, we could keep going on, many, many more. So the focus group was established in 2018 as a collaboration between ITU and the WHO, looking to address this challenge for evaluating AI for health. And to give credit to those two organizations, I think now we're relatively comfortable with this idea that tools need to be evaluated. But back in 2018, some of the ideas that the group was working on, such as benchmarking, were really quite innovative and novel. And obviously, they've become more and more and more appreciated as kind of really fundamental tenet to evaluating AI for health. So the group is an interface between many fields, between artificial intelligence, machine learning, medicine, public health, government, regulation, statistics, and ethics. So who is the group? This is a slim example, really, of the number of people that are involved with the group. But it's led by Thomas Wiegand from Fraunhofer, and there are a number of vice chairs, which is Manjula Singh, myself, Samir Pujari from the WHO, Shan Zhu, Stephen Ibaraki, and Ramesh Krishnamurthy, all trying to bring different areas of expertise to the group. But really, the strength of the focus group is the membership of experts throughout the globe. So I can't even do justice to the photo, but there are so many people, active, bright, enthusiastic, driven people who are members of the focus group and have really been key to advancing the work. And luckily, the group also has some really important stakeholders and supporters: the WHO, ITU, IANFI, IAP, IHF, AI for Good, World Health Summit, and philanthropists like Fondation Botnar, and also the IMDRF. So the focus group went before the pandemic, when it first began in 2018, we were able to hold both online and on-site workshops and meetings. And we were able to hold on-site meetings in a number of places, which was absolutely fantastic for gathering local input and expertise and really making the focus group a global work. So one of the most exciting things about being part of it is this pooling of knowledge, and global experience. Unfortunately, we weren't able to meet in Singapore in 2020, and we've been online since then. But in a way, that's been able to decrease some of the barriers from the physical event, as I'm sure you've all found in your own work. So what the focus group's mandate is really, as I tried to open with, the idea that we do think most of the people working in the focus group believe in the potential of AI and the substantial improvements that it can offer for the public and clinical health. But we also acknowledge that we require evaluation and standardization in order to foster this safe use on a global scale, and that isn't a way to decrease the use that is possible, but it's actually a way to create a kind of supportive, enabling environment for people developing AI tools, for clinicians, for governments, and to pool resources so we're not trying to do the same thing in many different places. The structure of the group is that we have both working groups and topic groups. And so the working groups have taken issues like data and AI solution, assessment methods, ethical considerations, regulatory considerations, clinical evaluation. But then there are also topic groups, so picking out different areas, cardiology, dermatology, falls. And the rationale behind this is that there are many pillars which are common across all of the different areas. So, for example, the regulatory considerations is obviously a very broad cross-cutting topic. However, what we recognized as the focus group was working is that each particular area had its own kind of nuances or strengths when it came to evaluation. And it was really appropriate for people in that community to take what they could from the horizontal groups like ethics and regulation and clinical evaluation, but also that they needed to be able to lead and to create their own methods of evaluation for those particular areas. So the aim of the working groups is not only to pull out those overarching themes, but to understand the best practices, to create the processes, to define ways to benchmark AI for health algorithms, to create reference documents for people in the field. So to bring together all of this knowledge and expertise, but also to make some recommendations for the way forward, because I think even as we write things, everybody recognizes that things are constantly changing, but there's also an opportunity for the group to kind of call out work that needs to be done and to galvanize people working in the field. So just to remind you about the topic groups, those looking at a specific health issue in the context of AI, bringing together all the evidence and case studies and using those to create a benchmark for AI models for a given task within a health topic. And they create topic description documents. One of these is the COVID health emergency, which is coordinated by Anna Riviera Cinnamond and also by Shan Zhu. And they've collected effective AI tools, which are leveraged throughout the epidemic emergency. And this is a really exciting topic group. I've talked to you a little bit about the overarching themes, ethics, regulatory considerations, clinical evaluations, and the way that the output from these groups are documents which are being iteratively updated, they're available, but we're also working really hard to produce some more definitive versions of record, and I'll tell you in a moment where we're up to with those. So just in the interest of time, I'm going to talk to you about a few of the particular things I wanted to mention. So one is the Open Code Initiative. So the Open Code Initiative is developing software tools for data acquisition, for data storage, for annotation, all of the tools that you would require to benchmark and evaluate tools. And it involves developers, regulators, and medical professions. And it's looking to create a universal tool which is applicable across borders. So this will be a fantastic resource for people who are working and want to do benchmarking, either nationally or on locally or on a more global scale. This collaboration has 40 contributors, and they have a work stream and structure of the core package, data storage, data annotation, and each person working in that area, but as you've understood, all working together under the general guidance of the overarching topics and teams. So there's also a recognition of the importance of data, and that one of the main challenges for artificial intelligence everywhere, but particularly in lower middle income settings, can be data, the quality of data, the generalizability of the data. And so one of the things that the focus group is currently working on is coordinating compilation of data in the regional settings and looking at how federated transfer learning can affect AI updates. So I mentioned a couple of the working groups to you. I just wanted to let you know that the working group for clinical evaluation has a draft or a version of record draft document in preparation, as does the working group clinical evaluation. And we hope that these will be ready towards the end of the year. And we also have been involved with the ethics group, which published last week. So if this hyperlink doesn't work, I'll pop it in the chat once I finish talking. So you can have a look at this really, really excellent document on the ethics and governance of artificial intelligence for health. A couple of other things to look out for, which is that the focus group has had a number of excellent webinars, including some really renowned speakers, Regina Barzelay, Isaac Cohen, Jeremy Howard, and look out for more from challengers for the group. Please do get involved. We've been absolutely felt so lucky with all of the participants that we've had, but the group is always looking for more participants. So if you or anybody you know would be interested in joining the topic groups, the working groups, the ad hoc COVID group, the Open Code Initiative, there are lots of links here. And if the hyperlinks don't work for you, I'll put some of these in the chat so people can follow up. But thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. So I think we're going to pass straight to the next speaker. If there are any questions, I can answer them in the chat. But I think, hi, Monique.
Hi, nice presentation. Does somebody at ITU have my presentation they can share?
Hi, yes, can you tell me again the name of the presentation?
So, yeah, my name is Monique Kuglic, and the presentation is called AI for Natural Disaster Management.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I think this is Bastian. I think the name of the file is just ITU, the Emerging Tech PowerPoint text.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the file name would be that. Yes, thanks.
All right, let me know if it's this one. I hope it is.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, you can also say next for me to move on.
Okay,
right,
can you put it in presentation mode? Is that possible?
I'm not sure. Usually I have it done out. Maybe it's because I was on the web browser. I don't see any other option.
Okay, well, I think it's legible, so I think that's not a problem if it's in this. Takes a little bit of the element of surprise away. But
I'm sorry.
No,
Yes.
no, it's okay. It's no problem.
Oh, maybe now. Yes. Okay, good.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Monique Kuglic, and I'm the chair of the focus group on AI for natural disaster management, and I'm also the innovation manager at Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute in Berlin, Germany. I'm really excited to partake in today's event, which is going to be looking at the synergies among our activities, as well as those in the focus group on AI for health. And as some of you might know, it feels a little bit like coming home because I have quite a history with the focus group on AI for health. And you'll probably notice some similarities in the ways that our groups are structured based on this history. So one of the first impacts that comes to mind when we think of natural disasters is injury and mortality. And depending on the hazard, it can arise from exposure to elements. So a heat stroke due to a heat wave, respiratory illness due to dust storms, and these types of things. It can also arise from being struck by debris, through a collapse of infrastructure, through contamination of water supplies and spread of waterborne illness, such as cholera, transport of pathogens such as valley fever, which can be transported by dust storms, and also food shortages through droughts, floods, plagues, as well as disruption of supply chains. However, whereas the focus group on AI for health is looking at the use of AI to support the detection, diagnosis, and medical decision-making for conditions, our focus group is exploring the use of geospatial data and AI to understand natural hazards to detect events in real time, to forecast events, and also to communicate impending or ongoing events. So it's a little bit of a different perspective, but of course the health does exist in both, of course. So through this, it's hoped that we can improve our preparedness and timely response to hazards, and therefore mitigate some of the health-related as well as other costs. So a little bit later on in the session, we're going to be hearing a presentation from Zap Malaria. This IBM AI prize-winning company combines geospatial data with AI to identify areas at high risk of hosting stagnant water, which can serve as a breeding ground for malaria-transmitting mosquitoes. And you're also going to see another presentation that looks at how AI can be used to detect malaria in blood samples. So it's again going to be this two different approaches from the two different focus groups, but both addressing biohazard. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So natural disasters are damaging physical events of predominantly natural origins. So in our focus group, we're looking at atmospheric, hydrologic, geophysical, oceanographic, and biologic hazards. And in addition to injury and mortality, they can cause displacements, damage to property, including cultural heritage, infrastructure, and disturbance to nature and natural resources. In fact, between 2005 and 2015, 1.5 billion people were impacted by natural disasters, with 700,000 lives lost, 1.4 million injuries suffered, and 23 million people left homeless. From a financial perspective, global losses due to natural disasters since 1980 amount to $5.2 billion US. Unfortunately, the impacts of natural disasters are exacerbated in certain regions, such as small island developing states and least developed countries. And they're also impact certain populations more than others. So women and children are particularly vulnerable. We also expect these impacts to worsen due to population growth, rapid urban development, and a growing frequency and intensity of some events. Next slide, please. So consequently, natural hazards and disasters feature prominently in the activities of many UN organizations and programs, including the SDGs, and policy guiding publications, such as those from the IPCC. Next slide, please. Through advances in AI-based algorithms, a growth in computational power, and the emergence of large and often publicly available data sets, there's been an increase in the use of data and AI-driven approaches to solve tasks in many scientific fields, such as health. And what we want to know is, through tapping the potential of AI in the field of natural disaster management, can we improve our understanding of natural hazards, our ability to detect events in real time, our ability to forecast events, and our ability to effectively communicate an impending or ongoing disaster? What are the best practices when using AI, and what are the limitations? So as you can see in this figure, which was published in the February issue of EOS, which is the journal that's published by the American Geophysical Union, some priority areas when using AI for this application include creating documentation with standards. So this goes quite nicely with what our focus group is aiming to do, as well as repositories to facilitate sharing and discovery, generating new benchmarks, and developing architectures and frameworks catered to the needs of geospatial data. Next slide, please. So with this in mind, we're exploring the best practices when it comes to data collection, monitoring, and handling to support the training and testing of AI-based algorithms. We're exploring how AI-based algorithms can be used to reconstruct, detect, and forecast events, as well as our expectations of these algorithms when it comes to, for instance, explainability or transferability of the models, as well as the ways that AI can be used to support effective communications. So let's look at these in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. High quality data are the foundation of AI-based algorithms. So some questions that we're exploring are, what requirements should data meet when they're being used to train or test an AI-based algorithm? For instance, what are the best practices when it comes to data collection and storage, data quality and pre-processing, spatiotemporal resolution and extensive data, and the generalizability of data? Can AI-based algorithms be used to enhance data quantity? So using AI-based algorithms, can we detect changes in landscape features in a remotely sensed image and create data sets that reflect those changes? And using methods such as federated learning, can we avoid data export issues? So this is an issue that I think also in the healthcare sector is a concern, and that is, How do we access data if a hospital does not want to let that data be removed from their database? And we have a similar situation when it comes to geospatial data. Some countries do not want to export their data. And so we're looking at how federated learning and other approaches can be used to overcome these challenges. And last of all, can AI-based algorithms be used to enhance data quality? So can they help us to locate inhomogeneities in a data set so that we can improve the overall quality of our data? So just to highlight the importance of data, I have a nice stream gauge and a weather station. Next slide, please. AI-based algorithms can be used to enhance and improve traditional models used to make reconstructions, numerical-based forecasts, and physics or data-driven projections of natural disasters. They can also be used to detect features in real-time data streams and support early warning systems. So some questions that we're exploring are, what is the current gold standard method to reconstruct, detect, or forecast events? And how can AI-based algorithms bring these methods to the next level? How can AI-based algorithms be used to leverage synergies from different data sources more effectively? And how can they help us to identify complex relationships and patterns in data? And finally, what should we consider when we evaluate an AI-based algorithm? And in this graphic, you can see a statistical dynamical hurricane forecast model from the National Hurricane Center in the US compared with a grid-based recurrent neural network. Next slide, please. Wonderful. The Sendai framework advises us to develop, maintain, and strengthen people-centered, multi-hazard, multi-sectoral forecasting and early warning systems, disaster risk and emergency communications mechanisms, social technologies, and hazard monitoring telecommunication systems. So within this context, some questions we're exploring are, once a natural disaster has been detected or forecast, how can AI assist with the immediate response? For instance, through early warning systems, through chatbots, through decision support systems, through automated translation services, or through push messages to cell phones. And how do we ensure that communications methods are reliable and trusted by the population? Are they accompanied by a clear set of protocols to ensure that individuals know how to respond? Next slide, please. So we're going to be exploring these topics and more and producing a set of deliverables. We're going to be having workshops that bring together experts and encourage collaboration and highlight groundbreaking activities in this topic. So we just had a workshop 2 weeks ago, and our next workshop is going to be the 30th of August. So I hope to see you all there. We're going to be making a roadmap of existing or ongoing pre-standardization and standardization of activities in this space to encourage collaboration, to identify potential partners, and also to ensure that we do not do duplication of effort. The cornerstone of our work are actually 3 non-normative technical reports that are going to be summarizing the findings of our analyses and that are going to be based on selected use cases. And finally, we're going to be making educational materials to ensure that the content of these technical reports is accessible to all stakeholders and to support capacity building. Next slide, please. So to do this, we're building a community of experts and stakeholders. Now, ITU focus groups are an ideal platform for such an exchange. They support the efforts of an associated ITU study group. For instance, the mandate of the parent study group for the focus group includes telecommunications for disaster relief and early warning, network resilience and recovery. They provide a working environment for pre-standardization or standardization activities in a chosen area, and they can be rapidly established, and they have the freedom to choose working methods, leadership, financing, and the desired outputs, or in other words, the deliverables. Next slide, please. So this focus group is converging the ICT expertise of the ITU with the natural disaster expertise from the WMO and UN environment, and provides a platform for international, multi-stakeholder, and interdisciplinary collaboration on this topic. Next slide, please. So who are we? The focus group has a multi-tiered structure. As I mentioned, a lot of our activities are based on use cases, and the topic groups are clusters of experts who are exploring how AI is being used for related use cases. So we have a topic group on AI for volcanic eruption forecasting, for instance, and that's building a community of experts who are using AI for this exact application, and they're comparing approaches and discussing best practices. The output of these topic groups is provided to our working groups and is a key component of our 3 technical reports. So the first 3 working groups are on data, modeling, and communications, and they're digesting the output of the topic groups, surveying the body of literature, and connecting with experts to look at how AI is being used in the field, what are the best practices, and what challenges exist when using AI. The first one, as I mentioned, is focused on best practices when it comes to data. And we're very fortunate to have Arif Albayrak from NASA headquarters and Alison Craddock from NASA JPL co-chairing this working group. The second working group is looking at modeling, and we have experts from Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute, Jackie Ma, as well as Andrea Toretti from the JRC at the EC. And our working group on effective communications is being coordinated by Ivanka Pelevin, also from Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute. For the roadmap, we're fortunate to have David Oeman from UNFCCC taking the lead. Our colleagues at the ITU TSB Secretariat, Maitali Menon and Hiba Tahawi, keep the focus group on track and support the management team. And if you can jump to the next slide, I'll show you who that is. Awesome, thank you. So I'm very fortunate to have a really wonderful management team that shows a diversity of expertise and brings a lot of flavor to what we do. We have Dr. Elena Shaplaki, who's our vice chair from the University of Gießen. She's an expert in climate and atmospheric hazards. We have Professor Jörg Luderbacher, who's the director of science and innovation and the chief scientist at the WMO. We have Dr. Moralitha Murakrudi from the UN Environment. He's the operations manager at the crisis management branch. From the government of India, we have Srinivas Chaganti. From the National Space Research and Development Agency in Nigeria, we have Dr. Rakia Babamaji. And from China Telecom, we have Ms. Yanchan Wang. Next slide, please. So this is the most important slide. That is how you can get involved. So please visit our website. There you will find our onboarding document, which provides guidance on how you can create a free ITU user account, how you can join our mailing list, how you can register for our workshops and meetings. Again, our next workshop is the 30th of August, so mark your calendars. It'll tell you how you can use our remote participation platform, how you can access our collaboration site, that's where our reports are stored, and also it'll tell you how you can submit written contributions. So for instance, if you have a nice use case proposal that you think would fit within our activities, I would encourage you to submit a proposal. I'll be putting in the chat both our website as well as some information about our upcoming event. And otherwise, that's it for me, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of this session.
Stefan, then it's for you if you're ready.
For me, you mean? Bastian, do you mean me? Or...
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. We'll share my screen. So I hope you can see the slides.
We can, thanks.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation today. I'm very happy to be here. I will show the work of our focus group, topic group on outbreaks and how to evaluate outbreak prediction, detection, and annotation. And we are two topic group driver, Aus Abud and myself, Stefan Gossim. I want to note that this idea of detection of outbreak is actually quite old and very much being used in productive systems. So we always think or often think of AI as something of the future, but it's been actually decades, well, at least 10 years, it's been widely used. And I think it's very time that we evaluate how well they perform. This will be quite technical slide, but I hope still to convey for a large audience what we are interested in too. And I have maybe to apologize to the non-English speakers. I could not provide soon enough the slides for interpreters to work on them, but I hope most people can follow. So what's the setting? So we are talking about public health, and the basics are the cases that are reported. Typically infectious disease cases, but need not be. So cases, we can take COVID, are reported to a public health institute. And we distinguish between epidemic or outbreak cases and endemic cases. So what we call outbreak, these are cases that are linked one to another in some way. And endemic is the background. And what is important is that this outbreak ID or this link is something that is operational. It's something that interests the public health agent. This is not something that is medical or that can be objectively defined. This will depend on the interest of each country, of its institutions, and so on. So this is why I think this is very important to keep in mind that here we cannot define objectively what is interesting, but we have to learn from the experts in the countries themselves what for them is relevant. So what I want to talk about, what to evaluate, are three tasks in respect to outbreak context. So the prediction is, well, to say in the future, I expect an outbreak. So the cases have not yet been observed. So if I say in Germany, I expect a fourth wave of COVID in the autumn at the latest, I'm making a prediction for a wave, which is a kind of outbreak, right? Detection is when I just now observed cases. So I say, oh, well, as of today, there are many cases. Maybe they are linked, and that could be a cluster in the slaughterhouse, maybe somewhere. I say, well, maybe we should act and act right now. And annotation is looking back in the past and say, well, I try to reconstruct what happened, and that can be an outbreak investigation, for instance, or reconstruction from transmission chains, for instance. Right, so, and these are these tasks which we try to evaluate, or we wish to evaluate. And here, our ID in one picture. So it's a bit abstract, but I will try to make it clear. So here I present two dimensions for the data. So we can imagine one dimension for space and one dimension for time. So this two dimension builds a grid, and that grid may contain cases. And these cases are labeled. So here I have a case, for instance, of outbreak 2. So this is an outbreak, and I call it outbreak 2. And I can have here three types of outbreak from 1 to 3. Then I have some cases with a cross, which are these endemic cases, so the background cases. And I've added in all of the cells these void cases, which are dummy, to indicate that actually there are no cases there that have been reported. So in that sense, I have a data grid, which is filled with different numbers of cases with different labels on them. And on top of that, I'm showing in colors three so-called signals. So the signals are the outputs of these tasks. So the algorithm will tell me, okay, here I believe there is an outbreak. And it will tell me that with a certain confidence. So this is what the colors are showing. So now to formalize a little bit how we want to evaluate the process, we'll have some inputs. And we say we have a data cell, which I call X, which are the coordinates of the data that I want to use to evaluate the algorithm. So maybe I have weekly data on the county level. So this will define my grid for the data. Then I have labels for the data. So these are classes for individual cases as defined by the public health agents, right? So these are experts that tell me, here I know that these cases are linked. And then I have these signals, which are labels also on cells, but this is the algorithm that tells me, okay, here I believe there is something interesting. And now I want to evaluate whether these signals make sense. And what I will show you very briefly is...
This is Bastian.
Yes.
Do you mind wrapping up in 2 minutes? We're running very late.
Okay, I will try to wrap it. So I will skip a few slides, but so the idea would be to associate probability on the data, on the labeled data, and to compute a probability derived from the algorithm on the same data, and to compare the two. So I will skip how we want to do it. I will just say from our approach, you can compute standard scores for data science or machine learning. And you can also consider epidemiological aspects. What is important for epidemiology? Not just the standards, but I can say maybe it's important that I detect big outbreaks, or it's important that I detect in a timely fashion, so early. And that we can also do. And we have tried this on the toy examples. I won't go through the slides, but trying with simple examples, we find that our framework work as we intended. So to wrap up, we have now the first, it's very work in progress, but this seems to work. And now we want to take that further, including fairness and ethics, and then propose simulations, propose a software to be easy to use, and then apply that on real world data. Thank you very much for your attention. You can see here the link to the focus group, and you can contact us by email or follow us on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. So then, Rose, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bastian. My name is Rose Nakasi. I'm from the Makere AI Lab in Uganda and a member of the focus group AI for Health. Under there, I'm a topic driver for topic group malaria. So could you please reflect my presentation? Is it available?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm getting into 1 second.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Rose Nakasi, and I'll be giving a brief talk on AI-based detection of malaria under the topic group malaria. Malaria is a disease that is spread by a parasite, Plasmodium. It's spread through a mosquito bite to humans. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the global burden of malaria is that malaria accounts for over 229 million cases globally, but mostly the disease affects the sub-Saharan Africa, and that's where we see most of the cases, and it's common in children under the age of 5 years. Next slide, please. So in many developing countries, malaria has been reported as one of the leading causes of death. We see so many patients waiting in very huge numbers, waiting for a diagnosis to be carried out. So because we look at the gold standard, which is the use of microscopy, we have very few microscopists, especially in the developing countries, to be able to carry out the gold standard diagnosis of malaria. Next slide, please. So due to the lack of enough trained lab technicians, we see that most of the patients go undiagnosed, and some of those that are diagnosed get their results when the disease has advanced in very late stages. And yet in Ghana, there was a statistic where we have 1.72 microscopes per 100 population, but then there were only 0.85 trained laboratory technicians for that 100 population. So that equates to the reality that we have many microscopes in most of the public health facilities vis-a-vis the number of trained, skilled personnel to carry out the gold standard diagnosis of malaria. Next slide, please. So the procedure also is limited by the fact that a lab technician is not supposed to view more than 30 to 40 slides a day. So that limits the gold standard method of microscopy. Next slide, please. So what is our solution here? Our solution is to use digital imaging and leverage it with artificial intelligence to be able to help with the automated diagnosis of malaria. So our artifact is in using readily available imaging technologies like smartphones in the developing countries, like smartphones. And then we also use the available microscopes in the public health facilities to be able to improve on the diagnosis of malaria. So on the smartphone, we see an image being captured. It goes through the usual procedure of the microscopy. So once this image is captured on the smartphone, we can then be able to use artificial intelligence to be able to map out the pathogens in the blood samples. So here is an example of a thick blood smear image, which was captured using a smartphone. Next slide, please. So we collect as many images as possible for a machine learning algorithm, and using the artificial intelligence models we develop, we are able to detect malaria. And those with some of the models that we developed, you could clearly see that bounding boxes of red are the detections from the model.
Rose, just if you could please wrap up in the next minute or 90 seconds, that would be great.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in detecting malaria, we look at activities like standardizing AI-based detection models for malaria. We are looking at collecting quality data sets, and some of the solutions to this end is to create AI models that are related to malaria detection, suggestions on scoring and evaluation, and improving benchmarking frameworks. We've developed an initial framework which we've tested, but we're into the process of improving it. We want to support, we're looking for people who can support the group in so many different ways, through participation, through engaging in collaboration, through providing quality data sets to that topic group, so that we could see better solutions for AI-based detection of malaria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rose, for your presentation, and apologies for the timing. And as we move on to the next presentation, I would also like to thank the interpreters for their work, and we will do the last presentation without the interpretation. Thank you.
Hey everyone, can you guys see my slides and hear me?
We can see your slides and we can hear you and see you.
Okay, great. So I'm Arbel from Zap Malaria, and we basically belong to a company that's called Sci Diagnostics, and they developed a device that detects, that does blood tests through machine vision. And actually very much like Ms. Nakasi said, it's also able to look at the blood, a drop of blood, and visualize any malaria parasites. And through the development of this test, we also, Zap is the subsidiary of the company that developed this device. We realized that, there's ways to use machine vision and AI also prevent it. And that's how Zap came about. And the idea of Zap is basically to use technology in order to enable something called larviciding. Now, as you guys may know, malaria is transmitted by mosquitoes. So if we're able to target the mosquitoes that transmit the disease, we're also able to reduce the disease prevalence and possibly even eliminate it. And larviciding, the act of targeting, of finding these water bodies where the larvae breed and treating them and basically eliminating the mosquitoes, has historically been very important in malaria elimination. And it's been a key method in many successful malaria elimination campaigns. The problem is that when it was attempted in sub-Saharan Africa, where a lot of malaria occurs today, there have been various challenges that led people to kind of not use it as much. There were a lot of water bodies. It was difficult to manage the operations. So we thought, what if we could use AI to power this intervention and bring this intervention back, make it possible for use again, for the purposes of elimination. So basically, the company started as a mobile app that basically helps you manage the intervention. So people walk around with our mobile app, they report water bodies, they're geolocated, and centralized through an online dashboard. And basically that enables us to, first of all, make sure that the entire area is covered so that no water body is missed. And also it makes us able to track the treatment of these water bodies, because you do have to go back to water bodies and apply a larvicide that kills the mosquito larvae. And so that's the first thing that we developed. And we realized that we have a lot of data about the exact location of water bodies, the exact location of where malaria occurs. And AI is a perfect tool to use this data to come up with actionable information or data or strategies in order to improve your operations. And that's basically where we took it. So we had it, we have information about where these water bodies are. Through the analysis of satellite images and topographical data, we're able to, using the data that we collected, predict where water bodies are more likely to occur, given a map of the intervention area where we want to focus. So we're not actually locating the water bodies themselves. We're using the analysis, which is not able to, of satellite images that are not able to visualize the water bodies themselves, to tell us where we're more likely to find water bodies. In addition, we also use machine vision to tell us where the houses are, where people are living. And through combining this data, water bodies are required for mosquitoes to breed, and houses are required for people to live and be the reservoir for malaria. Through a combination of this data, we're able to identify the hotspots for malaria transmission and be able to design interventions that better suit each individual environment. In addition to that, we've developed a simulator that is able to take parameters from research, and given the locations of these water bodies, given the locations of these houses, it enables us to evaluate how each intervention is going to fare in different areas, so that basically we can go to one place and say, here we would recommend larviciding all over the village, or here we recommend larviciding will not be a very good idea because there's too many water bodies. It would cost too much. And so we use this technology for several things. We can use it for improved monitoring of larviciding, and we've shown that in an operation in collaboration with the Agamal Malaria Control Company in Ghana, where we demonstrated that with our, just our mobile app and our dashboard, you're able to monitor larviciding better and reach much better coverage. We also conducted an urban larviciding trial in Ghana as well this year, where we showed that even in a short period of time, through high coverage larviciding enabled by the system, you're able to reduce mosquito populations dramatically within a short period of time and at a much lower cost compared to other interventions that are being tested. And we're also trying to see if this technology can be used for elimination. And actually, a project that we're starting right now in Sao Tome and Principe, which is an island country off the coast of Gabon, we're going to try to use the system on a large scale to see if we can basically use the data that we get and the AI to conduct malaria elimination within a short defined period of time, which is quite an ambitious goal.
If you could wrap up in the next 30 seconds.
Yes, and that's me. If you guys want to ask any questions, you can visit our website, zapmalaria.com, and drop us a line, because I didn't maybe have time to discuss everything. So we would love to get your questions through there, or whatever other ways you want to contact us. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Arvel, and apologies to the organizers of the next session. And that was the end of our session. And thank you to all the participants and the speakers.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished panelists and participants.
Recording stopped.
Thank you for the recording. Good day to
Recording in progress.
Understand progress. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me from China?
Yes, we can hear you. So
good. Yeah, so sorry for the last minute miscoordination regarding the link. So my name is Chong Kim. I will serve as an MC for you today's discussions. Without further ado, I now have my great pleasure of introducing Ms. Maria Francesca Spatolisano, Assistant Secretary General, Office in Charge and Office of SG Symbol and Technology for opening remark for our session on opportunities of satellite connectivity. Thank you. Over to you, ASG.
Thank you, Jung-hee, and dear colleagues and all participants, good morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you are. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you today to this meeting on the opportunities on satellite connectivity, organized by our office, the Office of UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, in partnership with the UN Office on Outer Space Affairs and ITU, during the event on emerging technology for connectivity, especially for LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, we are now in a critical moment in history with regards to the development of connectivity ecosystem. Now more than ever, we are seeing how being connected and online has profound impact on one's ability to realize the opportunities of the digital economy, online work, and remote education. But COVID has also made clear the extent of the digital gaps that exist. As we are all painfully aware, almost half of the world population, that is 3.7 billion people, are still not connected to the internet. Some have estimated that COVID has accelerated the digitalization of our society by as much as 8 years. And this has profound implications for how the whole world will function, operate, interact. This means also if we do not take urgent action to address this most fundamental problem of digital divides, the lack of basic connectivity, we risk, as the Secretary General has warned, turning a digital divide into a digital Grand Canyon. We must urgently address those fundamental challenges that remain in bringing meaningful and affordable online access to all, especially in areas with sparsely populated remote communities, often dispersed across distances. This becomes more self-evident if you know that globally about 72% of households in urban areas have access to the internet at home, while almost twice as much does so in rural areas. In particular, the situation of the least developed countries with regards to connectivity is dire, where less than 1 in 5 people are online. In fact, least developed countries, small island developing states, and landlocked developing states face particular challenges in terms of connecting their population. Be it because conventional solutions like building more mobile towers is not as effective where population are scattered across many islands, or it is too expensive to lay cables across long distance to reach very dispersed population. These factors explain in good part why the connectivity gap is particularly pronounced in LDCs, where 17% of the rural population live in areas with no mobile coverage at all, and 19% of rural population is covered, but by only a 2G network. All this means that we have already fallen short of the Sustainable Development Goal and its target 9C, aimed at providing universal and affordable access to the internet in the least developed countries by 2020. We are in 2021. So looking ahead to the LDC 5 conference, and as we are now striving to build back better from COVID, we must urgently resolve to take action to connect the unconnected, particularly for those most in danger of being left behind. Indeed, global connectivity is the foundation of the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation and his vision for a more open, free, and secure digital future for all. Working with our multi-stakeholder partners, including ITU and UNOSA, the Office of the Envoy on Technology is thus putting priority on these issues and driving this agenda forward with the urgency required. With this intent in mind, we are deeply committed to examining all opportunities and possibilities to bridge connectivity gaps. To some extent, the international community's analysis and recommendations have been focused on mobile broadband in terms of the cost and affordability of connectivity. But we must also look at emerging technologies that could drive the future. While mobile and broadband will remain important, of course, we should also consider infrastructure investments that move beyond simply building mobile towers and consider fiber cables, satellite and wireless deployments. We need to better leverage technologies such as low Earth orbiting satellites, TV white space, wireless, Wi-Fi, and fiber. This is why today's event, to explore the possibility of space-based technology for connectivity, is particularly important and very timely. The recent race to build satellite constellations that deliver low-cost, high-speed internet has been fueling a dramatic growth in the global space economy. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified the many ways of using satellite technologies to deploy connectivities on demand to various underserved sites, such as remote hospitals. Achieving universal connectivity and the Secretary General's call to ensure that all have universal and affordable access to the internet by 2030 will require using all possible means and technologies, as well as collaborating with all relevant industries. With our eminent panel of experts and practitioners, today's meeting is an opportunity for us all to better understand how satellite technologies can enhance global connectivity and the challenges or barriers for creating an environment that stimulates public-private investment in expanding satellite connectivity. We are particularly interested in how space-based technology can be deployed in underserved areas, especially, as I said, the NDCs and small island developing states. I'm glad for the strong multi-stakeholder engagement shown today, and I hope that this can be the start of broader efforts to achieve more and fully seize the potential of space-based technologies to drive connectivity. Please count on the Office of the Envoy on Technology to continue working closely with all of you. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary General Spatolisano, for this insightful remark. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Simonetta Di Pippo, Director of UN Office for Outer Space Affairs. She will join us via her video message. Technicians, would you please play her video, please? Luisa? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
A video, please.
Can you see it on the screen, or you can't see anything at all?
Yes, it's on the screen, Luisa.
Thank you.
I warmly welcome you all to this gathering. Space technologies are one of the key tools powering our path towards sustainable socio-economic development.
Please, no sound.
Over 40% of the population is not online.
The sound keeps going in and out. Is there any possibility of trying to restart it with the sound continuously?
It's absolutely no audio.
Distinguished panelists, dear participants, it is a great honor to work with the Tech Envoy Office on this event on satellite connectivity. I warmly welcome you all to this gathering. Space technologies are one of the key tools powering our path towards sustainable socio-economic development. We estimate that over 50% of the 169 targets underpinning all 17 Sustainable Development Goals greatly benefit from space assets, some through a unique contribution. Satellite communication plays an instrumental part in this regard. By reducing the need to deploy infrastructure and offering more cost-effective service delivery options, space-based technology both complements and, in many instances, substitutes Earth-based alternatives. Thanks to the combination of the two, global connectivity has never been higher. However, both digital and space divide remain prevalent. Over 40% of the population is not online, and more than 100 UN member states have never had a satellite in space, and many who did have not yet succeeded in building sustainable space economies. As these two divides are delicately interlinked, missing out on the aspects of one impacts the other and vice versa. The COVID-19 pandemic is a vivid example of the vulnerabilities these gaps create. The path is clear. We must work together to bridge both the digital divide and the space divide. The space community strives to hit both nails on the head. While past efforts have not succeeded in creating a demand-driven, now large constellations of small satellites in low Earth orbit aspire to become the ultimate solution. Taking advantage of the developments in the launcher and satellite manufacturing sectors, there is an aspiration to tap into unserved and underserved areas, creating affordable global internet access and global near real-time monitoring of the Earth. Many constellation projects are under development worldwide, raising prospects for success as plurality of efforts leads to innovation and better services. At the same time, however, competition translates into an ever greater number of satellites being launched. Currently, there are about 4,000 active satellites, but satellite filings indicate that figure could grow in 10 to 10 years. In principle, this would be great news. However, such developments are greatly impacting efforts to maintain space safe, secure, and sustainable. Without taking steps to heighten the level of commitment to behave responsibly, we will soon run into a problem. The growing density of the orbital environment is already of major concern. Research shows that it adds to the existing sustainability challenges and could lead to increased collision risks down the road. Without an immediate and substantive response to these new realities, the space industry and indeed the modern society could face serious problems. We are becoming increasingly reliant on space assets, and losing the benefits they offer, even for a limited time, could be disastrous for the global economy. Large constellations also pose problems for ground-based astronomical observations. In the absence of significant mitigation efforts, astronomical surveys will be severely affected. Empirical validation has already confirmed that these concerns are not purely theoretical, and we are only at the beginning of this new era in space operations. Well, these issues are recognized and deliberated on at the top political level. Member states and observers of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space are seeking solutions to these challenges. And the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs is carefully following all developments in the sector as we strive to ensure that all space stakeholders uphold the highest standards of responsibility and transparency in the unique environment that is the province of all humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no exaggeration to say that we are approaching the golden age for space exploration and use. New missions, exciting concepts, lowering barriers to accessing space, all are promising great progress for the industry and for humanity as such. But in everything we do, we must put sustainability at the forefront. Maintaining orbital density with reasonable limits requires action on behalf of stakeholders. In an environment that belongs to all of us and where an action of one actor clearly influences everyone else, there is no place for unilateralism. We must work together so that success today does not impede progress tomorrow. And if we do so, I'm convinced it will translate into a better future for humanity. That is ultimately what we all aim for. I wish you a successful and productive event, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the director for this encouraging message and an insightful remark. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere apology as co-organizer of the event for these technical glitches. We understand that this platform, Zoom platform, has been served as a single platform for all the meeting of the emerging technologies for connectivity. So maybe it's the time to, maybe the platform also understand that today is Friday. Thank you so much for your understanding and patience. Now, it is time to start our real discussions. And then before starting our panel discussion, I would like to welcome and distinguish the speaker, Mr. Dimitri Bush from the Euro Consultant for his keynote presentations. Mr. Dimitri Bush, please. And
yes, thank you.
Have a presentation to share.
Yes, I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you see it.
Yes, we can see it, but maybe make it larger as a screen presentation mode.
Sure, I'll do that. Okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So, all right. So thank you for the introduction. So I am Dimitri Bush, so senior consultant at Euroconsult, and I'm very happy to be here today to present you a market overview on SATCOM for universal broadband access. So before I start with the market overview, I would like to take a few moments to present Euroconsult so briefly. So the Euroconsult Group is a leading global strategy consulting and market intelligence firm specialized in the space sector and satellite-enabled verticals. As you can see here, we have 8 global locations with our headquarters in Paris, France. And so we accompany private companies and governments around the world in strategic decision-making, providing end-to-end consulting services from strategy definition to implementation. We have over 30 years of experience in consulting, developing comprehensive market intelligence programs, organizing executive level annual summits and training programs as well in the satellite industry. And I would like to highlight on the market intelligence side of business that we released the first edition of our report on the universal broadband access market earlier this year, a topic that will be at the center of my presentation today. So to begin with the presentation, so yeah, I would say before looking at some of the key trends and numbers, I think it's important to give a bit of a background on what universal broadband access is and why it is so important today for satellites. So access to broadband services is increasingly recognized as a driver of economic growth. For example, public services such as remote health or telelearning are improved with the availability of communication networks. And so due to the benefits associated with broadband services, international organizations are encouraging infrastructure development plans and government promotion of broadband use in remote and as well unserved areas. I would say significant progress has been made globally in recent years in expanding access to and as well adoption of broadband services, as highlighted by the strong growth in total individuals using the internet, which I think has close to double in the 2010s. But I would say despite this positive trend, digital inequities still exist and have in some cases even been accentuated since the start of COVID-19, so a bit less than 1.5 years ago, as many people around the world have been forced to shift towards, let's say, work from home and remote learning due to stay-at-home orders imposed by governments. So I think it's important to look at both the addressable market for satellite and the satellite market itself to better understand the current situation. So you can see here with the chart on the left our reasoning and the overall addressable market for satellite. So of the close to 7.8 billion world population today, 46% remains unconnected, which is still a lot, with most of this population concentrated in developing regions. Overall, the higher the level of human development of a country and the greater the access to internet. So the dichotomy between advanced and emerging markets is significant. I can give you an example. For example, just over 10% of people in advanced markets are unconnected, while this number is significantly higher at more than 55% in emerging markets that remain unconnected. There is also a strong dichotomy between urban and rural areas. The low return on investment in network deployment in sparsely populated areas implies that in many emerging countries, connectivity is largely limited to urban areas, and this often leaves, unfortunately, rural areas totally cut off. In these geographic areas, satellite is the primary technology for filling the gap, as it provides an alternative solution where extending terrestrial networks would be uneconomical and not feasible in many cases. Looking at the second layer, so the population addressable by satellite, so around 700 million today. So this, just to explain, includes the population that could be addressed by satellite and the underconnected population, meaning people that are connected to a broadband service but have insufficient data rates or are accessing a service that is too expensive. And so, as mentioned before, so we estimate this market at around 700 million people today, but it is expected to grow by the end of the 2020s. So reasons for that include new satellite technology and next generation satellites. For example, very high throughput satellites, so VHTS satellites, like Viasat-3, for example, and NGSO constellations. So NGSO meaning non-geostationary satellite constellations. And for example, a good example is SpaceX's Starlink. So these will lead to improved economics enabled by lower capacity pricing that are expected to drive higher data rate requirements in coming years. In addition, those constellations are expected to unlock new growth opportunities for latency sensitive applications, such as, for example, cellular backhaul. And this will make satellite solutions more attractive and competitive compared to terrestrial solutions in coming years. Overall, I would say that the negative impact of growing terrestrial deployment should be counterbalanced by improved services that should lead satellite services to increasingly target first underconnected areas, but as well, so rural areas as well. And so if you look at the bottom of the chart, so the 43 million, so this is the total number of satellite broadband users today. So if you calculate the total, this represents a very small share, so around 6% of the total population addressable by satellite. So it's still very low, this percentage. But the good news is that we expect the total number of users to be multiplied by 3 by the end of the 2020s. So I would say that overall, these numbers show that there is still a lot of work to do to be in a position to bridge the digital divide. But overall, I believe that satellite has a central role to play in the post-COVID world in coming years, as many geographic areas around the world remain unconnected or underconnected and will remain so in coming years. And in most cases, we'll have limited or no access to terrestrial services. So moving to the next slide, maybe a quick introduction on SATCOM solutions today for the universal broadband access market. So important to highlight is the fact that there are currently 3 solutions used to address this market. So community Wi-Fi hotspots, consumer broadband, and cellular backhaul. So with 3G, 4G, and 5G. What's important to note today is that consumer broadband is the dominant satellite option in advanced economies, while Wi-Fi hotspots are the most used option in emerging markets. And this is mainly due to the lower cost of services and the ability to share costs among, let's say, a larger number of users. And as well, I would say that both SATCOM revenues and capacity usage are expected to observe strong growth in coming years. So moving to the next slide. So here in the next few slides, I will highlight what has changed recently in the SATCOM, in terms of SATCOM technology and economics, and that will make universal broadband services more susceptible to develop strongly in coming years. So first, I think it's interesting to focus on the new space industry. So the space industry has changed a lot in recent years with the development of this new space industry. So you can see here on this slide the differences between traditional and new space, such as, for example, the cost model with new space having more of a, let's say, a low cost model or approach. New space is also software driven, application oriented as well, and the industry overall is much less risk averse than traditional space. Drivers and enablers for new space include new technologies in upstream and downstream. So I can give examples like AI, for example, or cloud computing, quantum computing. And as well, what's important to note is that increasing private investments, so for example, seed funding or venture capital, crowdfunding, as well as new and increasing trends in demand, like connectivity, intelligence, mobility, all of this is important for this industry. And so when looking in further details at private funding, I think that a very important event for new space was the launch of SpaceX's first commercial payload. So I think it was in 2009. And this really marked a turning point in the new space age. So moving to the next slide. So here I'm going to focus on the second market, so which is currently facing structural drivers of market pull and technology push. So in recent years, the space sector has been pushing for a substantially more cost-effective satellite and as well ground infrastructure. So these technology investments are geared to meet rapidly evolving market requirements within an increasingly competitive environment. Satellite operators have started to embrace the driving requirements for broadband connectivity. However, what's happening is that they're meeting higher expectations in terms of user experience and as well cost. So in order to better serve these user requirements, satellite operators are adopting new business models, including, for example, co-investment or revenue share. What else? For example, managed services as well. And I would say that the data market is really what's driving the market. So it's providing the satellite industry with significant growth opportunities due to the growing requirements for broadband connectivity, I would say anywhere, anytime. And this is opening new markets for the industry and pushing operators to reposition their investments towards new growth segments. And so universal broadband being one of the key ones today. In recent years as well, the space sector has been pushing for substantially more effective satellite infrastructure and ground segment at a lower cost. So HTS, which is high throughput satellites, systems have been introduced significantly have introduced more satellite capacity in recent years, and as well at a reduced cost per bit. And this trend is expected to intensify, I would say, in coming years and over the next decade, with the growing availability of HTS supply, coupled as well with an increasing push for standardization in satellite manufacturing. So here you can have a look at HTS and the history, recent history, what has happened. So I mentioned earlier HTS as one of the key drivers for SATCOM in recent years. So you can see here, since the introduction of the first HTS satellites that I refer here as GEO HTS 1.0, which is for first generation of satellites. So a lot has happened since then, right? It was in the mid 2000s. And so since then, several new generations of HTS satellites have been launched or are planned to be launched in coming years, leading to a multi-layered environment. So as you can see here, with each new generation of satellites is associated an increase in capacity provided per satellite. So we started at less than 10 Gbps per satellite with the first generation, and we're today at hundreds of Gbps for the latest generation of satellites. And when you look at NGSO constellations, they will even provide capacity in the TBPS, at the TBPS level. So apart from bringing more capacity, I think these new generations of HTS satellites are also bringing more flexibility to the table. And with some new generation satellites offering even full flexibility, when the first generation of HTS satellites offered basically no flexibility. And what has this led to? So if we focus on the cost base of capacity, which is actually the total space segment, CapEx, so capital expenditure, divided by GBPS. So it has fallen significantly over the past 20 years since the introduction of the first HTS satellites. So it's due in part to these new HTS satellites, and this is essential for the broadband market to develop further. We need prices to decrease even further, and that's how you can really develop this satellite broadband market in coming years. And as you can see here, the cost base of capacity has been divided by 10 between the first generation of satellites and the latest generation. Manufacturers of satellites have generally been able to offer higher volumes of capacity per satellite over time with asymmetrically lower increases in cost to operators, effectively translating into a structural driver of downward pressure on capacity pricing. So the value proposition of those next generation HTS satellites has improved, as I mentioned earlier. However, continued progress really needs to happen in the cost base and pricing levels of HTS to continue supporting the narrowing of the gap between satellite services and legacy terrestrial networks. Further drops in the cost base of capacity and associated end user pricing levels are expected with the entry of, as I said before, VHTS and NGSO constellations. And the improved economics enabled by this lower capacity pricing is expected to unlock new opportunities for broadband in rural and remote areas, but also increasingly for satellite in underconnected areas closer to cities and urban areas. To give you an example, HTS systems, for example, are a condition for the use of satellites to support 5G network deployments in coming years. So a quick focus on capacity ARPU, which is pricing. So looking forward, capacity prices can be expected to experience a strong decrease in prices. This has happened already in the past 5-10 years and should continue. So in line with the influx of new lower cost capacity, all geographies, I would say, and all market segments should be concerned. And this will be, again, key for the development of the satellite universal broadband access market, as it's a market that is really, I would say, relatively high, that has high price sensitivity. So moving to the next slide, I think it's important to focus on this slide on NGSO constellations, as they will be a key element if satellite is to one day help bridge the digital divide. So the current state of play of NGSO satellite is presented here. So I highlight here 5 of the most advanced projects, but there are others as well that are less advanced. But so if you look at the most advanced projects today, so they include, for example, OneWeb, SES mPOWER, Telesat, SpaceX's Starlink, and Kuiper. And I would say most of them have observed delays in recent years for different reasons, whether COVID delays, for example, or vendor selection. And SpaceX's Starlink is really the only one that has largely maintained its anticipated development timelines. And when you look at Amazon Kuiper, so they've invested more than $10 billion so far in their Kuiper project after receiving FCC approval last year. And what we expect is that all of those constellations should enter full service within the 2024 or maybe 25 timeframe. Starlink has launched the most satellites to date at more than 1,700, and they can be considered the leader more or less at the same level as OneWeb when factoring deployment progress. SES mPOWER is a bit behind, but they already have a few satellites in orbit, and I would say Telesat has launched its first prototype satellite a few months ago and signed the manufacturing contract with Thales earlier this year. And according to publicly available information, so Kuiper is really the least developed in terms of technical design and maturity today. So what to say here? So the universal broadband access market offers significant growth opportunities to the Satcom industry, as I mentioned before, as the Satcom industry has observed a decrease in revenues since 2014, so for the past 6-7 years. And during this period, the broadband market has been one of the few bright spots for satellite operators, with revenues increasing every year. So this has pushed current players to really increasingly target this market, I would say. And with the aforementioned constellations, there should be a big push by satellite in coming years to help reduce this digital divide. So to conclude this last slide, so I think it is possible for satellite to help bridge the digital divide, or rather, would I believe it is possible to bridge the digital divide in the next 10 years? I would say that a lot will need to happen for this to be the case. So we believe it is unlikely that the digital divide would be bridged by satellite in the next 10 years, maybe more so in the longer term. I would say, what's really, well, the space part of the equation, which is progressively getting there with a massive amount of supply that will be added with these constellations and VHTS satellites in coming years. But I would say what's lagging behind for the market to develop faster is really today the ground part. So it's not there yet, even if progress has been made in the past few years. So I think we really need advances in user terminal technology and cost points as well, which is important for this to happen in coming years to fully really unlock this broadband opportunity. So apart from drops in the cost base of capacity, so that I mentioned before, other conditions to unlock the broadband opportunity in coming years will include the closer integration of satellite connectivity in the networks and distribution channels of terrestrial internet service providers, as well the adoption of new sales models, but also I would say the success of NGSO projects. So I mentioned earlier the timelines for NGSO projects. And I would say that launching the satellites is a first important step for sure, but this does not guarantee commercial success. And we believe that for satellite broadband to rapidly grow in coming years, the success of multiple NGSO constellations will be key. Last but not least, continued growth in government support through USO, so Universal Service Obligation funding, and initiatives will be essential too. One of the leading drivers of universal broadband access demand in recent years has been government funding and programs through USO initiatives, so aimed at bridging the digital divide between rural and urban areas. And accelerated government support is really key. It's important to stress it's a key remedy of broadband market failures in areas where it is difficult to close business cases. So for extending terrestrial networks, for example, on a purely commercial basis. So these, I think, are the top 5 conditions we see that need to be realized for this market to really expand in coming years. And so this concludes my presentation. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bush, for setting the stage for today's discussions. We have received 2 questions from Indonesia and chat, and we understand that one of the questions is actually could be discussed in the second panel, so we will leave it for the now. And then Mr. Bush, you have one question from Indonesia as well, but because we are behind the schedule, so we will continue our discussion to the panel. In the meantime, maybe you could prepare yourself to answer those in the question from Indonesia, if it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Indonesia, for your questions. Now, I would like to welcome the Ms. Natalie Lika, a Scientific Affairs Officer from NOSA, as the moderator to deep dive those are some of the points raised by, presented by Mr. Bush with the distinguished panel of the speakers in the first panel. Natalie, over to you.
Thank you very much. So I'm very much aware that we are a little bit delayed, so we'll try to close the panel within about 20 minutes. So we already heard a lot about what the technology can provide. There was also a session 2 days ago with several satellite service providers. So today for you, we have another 3 satellite service providers that I will invite to explain very briefly in just 2-3 minutes what they provide, because you will see it's a wide range of technology. Some are based on geostationary satellites, some are based on constellations, and they have just different products. And then we will start a discussion. So I just want to briefly introduce the 3 panelists before I just give them the floor. So we'll have Mr. Michael Lubin from Viasat. He's the Vice President of Corporate Development, and he's been an executive in the telecommunication and semiconductors industry for 40 years. He's been Vice President of Corporate Development and Senior Advisor at Viasat since 2005. Where he's involved with mergers and acquisitions, strategic partnership, and emerging uses of broadband connectivity. And he also spoke recently publicly about whether connectivity should be a human right. So maybe, Mike, I give you the floor for a few minutes just to introduce yourself to your company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Some 40 years ago, between Christmas and New Year's, a very good engineer and I sent a proposal into a company called Schlumberger that launched the Ku-band VSAT industry. I'm actually
I'm sorry, it seems we have a bit of a audio issue.
And user terminals have decreased in cost since that time by at least 2 orders of magnitude as well. And the industry has migrated from Ku-band to Ka-band and other frequency bands so that we're all exploiting everything we can with respect to spectrum, orbits, altitudes, and aspirations. But with about half the world unconnected, how can satellite actually play a much more primary role in bridging the digital divide? As Euroconsult mentioned, satellite is only addressing about 6% of the issue. Is it possible that satellites could address something much greater than 10 or 20 or even 50% of the divide? We have found that one of the biggest obstacles to internet adoption, especially by satellite, is affordability. So let me just address the affordability issue. If we follow the ITU earnings rule, people could afford 2% of their earnings on connectivity. And if we look at the least developed countries, which actually comprise about 1 billion people, but they have a GDP per capita of, let's say, $1,000. The real question is, if we use the 2% rule, can we provide meaningful connectivity to those individuals at $1.66 per month, a relatively small number? Now, the word meaningful is a bit loaded. We have to ask ourselves, what does that mean? Is meaningful 5 gigabytes per month, 50 gigabytes per month, 100 gigabytes per month? Because all wireless technologies, whether 4G, 5G, GEO, NGSO, all have costs associated with delivered gigabytes. So we have to decide what meaningful is. Let me propose it's not 500 gigabytes to transform lives. And I'll give a couple of examples. We can do a telemedicine session between a lot of capacity to do telemedicine sessions, which can really transform lives. Precision agriculture requires 3 to 5 gigabytes per year, a very, very small number. And we all know that with respect to education, there are new technologies. We can cache lots of content locally and zero rate it. We can also multicast into countries or into regions of countries, saving lots of capacity. So I propose that while we're thinking about the right long-term solutions with respect to connecting everybody with hundreds of gigabytes per month, we can transform the lives of many with much smaller numbers of gigabytes. In parallel to the advances that GEOs have made, as was mentioned by Euroconsult, the NGSO and the LEO industry has made major advances also. But I think when we talk about LEOs being part of our future, they too have to meet certain criteria for success. One is, can they meet the affordability index that we just talked about before? Second is, can they ensure that they will actually ensure space safety? And I'll come back to the space safety issue. And the third issue is, are they going to be able to not monopolize space and deny lots of countries and their industries access because they're actually tying up the best orbits, the best altitudes, and the best spectrum? So let me take a look at the overall digital divide issue. I actually disagree with Euroconsult. I think we need more than 7 terabits per second, and I'll explain that in a second. Let's assume that we wanted to give 5 gigabytes per month to the 1 billion people in least developed countries. That would require 25 terabits per second. Now, next year, Viasat, and I suspect other companies, will be launching terabit per second satellites. In fact, Viasat will launch 3 in the next 3 years that will cover the world with 3 terabits per second. That means that you need 25 of those satellites to give 5 gigabytes per month to 1 billion people. That doesn't sound really overwhelming as a task. The equivalent for a mega constellation is 12,500 smaller satellites. That to me sounds formidable. So I think we should not assume that the mega constellations will necessarily be the proper answer, because the GEOs also look like they can be quite successful. Several years in the future, we have designs already to launch 5,000 gigabit per second satellites. That means we can connect those 1 billion people with only 5 satellites.
Thank
so
you.
I think
Thank
that
you
can
very
be done
much.
quite economically. So in conclusion, after 40 years, I'm an optimist that satellites, I think, can play a much more major role, be they GEOs or mega constellations of LEO. But I would urge all, NUSA, the ITU, UN organizations, and those who grant landing rights, that we should not sacrifice space safety and relax standards for these mega constellations. And we should also ensure that these mega constellations do not deny access to the tens or hundreds of countries that have aspirations to be in space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your views. So I will now move to our second speaker, Dr. Abimbola Lale. She's the Managing Director and the Chief Operation Officer of the Nigerian Communication Satellite Limited. And she has pursued an active career in the space sector for over 20 years. So I will just give you the floor to briefly present your views. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning, Your Excellency, co-panelists and other speakers. You rightly said, I work with NIGCOMSAT. NIGCOMSAT itself is about 15-year-old, and we manage a geostationary satellites and other investments of governments in satellite or communication satellite precisely for now. And like the views that have been presented by the previous speakers before me, the Excellency, Francesca, and Madam Simonetta De Popo, and other, satellite communication is actually it's been playing very complementary role to broadband connectivity. And what ITU is for, ITU is about providing the entire population of the world with broadband access. Like Mr. Lubin said, broadband should be considered as a human right. And indeed, it should be considered as a human right because everybody deserves to be connected because the world is now operating in a digital space. So on that note, Nigeria being, part of, we don't want to be left behind. So we keep forging and we keep trying to catch up with the pace, even though we're in the part of the developing country, but anything that could enhance the people's well-being, and broadband is considered one of those things that actually enhance the future of Nigerians, and of course, in extension, Africa. So for our own future plans, what we've been doing, our satellites that we're currently managing was launched in 2011. So we have, presently we're planning a new mission, and that mission is directed, it's going to be an HCS satellite because we have to address the issue of cost, as stated by Mr. Dimitri. Cost is a great issue if we are to actually allow people to actually utilize or encourage everyone to be connected. And we have about 15% of African homes not yet connected. So, and I'm sure that is the statistics provided. It could actually be greater, but satellite communication or satellite itself is actually a very, very important factor right now. Hello? Hello? Satellite connectivity, satellite itself is a very integral part of any broadband infrastructure as part, because we're talking of terrestrial, we're talking of cable, but we do know the rules of satellite. And because of that now, Nigeria designed a national broadband plan, a 5-year broadband plan from 2020 to 2025. And it was a lot of research work, and it's been identified in that research work that NIGECOMSAT, we cover or provide over 3,000 VSATs in the next, before 2025, so that 10% of the areas we consider as black spot, which are underserved, rural, or very difficult to reach areas, will be provided with broadband. So we are in the we are working towards rolling those things, and it's actually very well coordinated because it's a committee, it's a national committee, and so we need to ensure that 3,000 VSATs before 2025, additional other than the present one that is pockets of, but government will ensure that 3,000 VSATs are rolled out in rural areas. And also, in addition, part of the preparation to also make sure that Nigeria is part of the broadband or digital world is also that NIGECOMSAT has trained this year over 600 youths. We all know the role that broadband is playing presently in job and wealth creation, because without broadband, how do the people in the rural areas have access to what you're doing, and how do they connect to what is going on in the world? How would even the students, even health, education? So because of that, and because majority of our people still reside in the rural areas, over 60% of our people reside in the rural areas, the government through NIGECOMSAT has trained 600 youths this year, and we plan to do that for 5 years. And the reason why we're training youths on VSAT installation is because we need to develop a pool of people who have digital skills that could install this VSAT that we're going to roll out. Because if we don't train them, then it becomes very, by the time we need people to install these things in rural areas, that means the very few people who are actually having the knowledge right now at NIGECOMSAT would have to be overstretched, and the time to roll out will also be limited. I mean, it's going to be, we're going to run out of time. So in preparation for that rollout, in preparation for digital skills, in preparation for a digital world, so this year, 600, 2022 to 600 till 2025, 600 annually. And other than that, we started seeing results. When I mentioned job and wealth creation, we've seen results because some of the youths we trained this year already, they are beginning to use that skill to actually work and start making money. We've received testimony from some of them. They're doing well. They are already in our pool of, we have a pool of, database of these installers. So we recommend them to people, to some of our channel partners who want to who are providing broadband services. We've supplied their names to those channel partners to use them regardless of where they are, because the 600 youths were taken across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. Nigeria is big, and we have a population of very active youths. For 47, almost 50% of Nigerian population, they are youths right now. And employment rate last year was almost 14.2%. So we need to get them actually engaged. So that's one of the things NIGECOMSAT has been doing, other than providing its traditional services of broadband, of broadcasting services, of backhauling services. We take training and capacity building in this sector very, very seriously. And we all...
Sorry to interrupt, it's just indeed, that's very, very important, because it's not only about connectivity, but it's an entire ecosystem that has to be developed in the country to enable the deployment, to enable the maintenance, to provide training to others who want to use these VSAT stations. So thank you very much indeed, because you're really opening the topic to going beyond only just the connectivity.
Thank you. You're very correct. You got the point. So it's not just about providing the services, it's about developing the ecosystem, the value chain, because that is actually one of the problems we have. And so we decided we needed to start addressing that. So we are doing that. And also we've been able to use, because I've listened to some of the sessions before our sessions, people talking of the AI and health, and NIGECOMSAT using its own broadband on-demand services. We were able to support the frontline health workers during the COVID-19 pandemic to be able to provide real-time information between the health workers and those on the field and the health agencies around Nigeria, and also the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, real-time reporting of the incidents and preventive measures. We supported, we used the satellites. So satellites is very useful in so many ways. We can't overstretch it, even though, yes, it is expensive. And like Mr. Dimitri pointed out in his presentation, several things have to be done to bring down the cost, but we all have to do our bits and contribute to different things to bring down the cost of satellite so that it can actually bridge the digital divide and the space divide we're talking about. Everybody has to contribute. But NIGCOMSAT, even being a government agency, is trying to do what it could do to actually make sure that satellite is seen as a positive contributor to just not just national development, but African development. And that is what we've been doing in NIGCOMSAT. I will be able to talk more and when we continue. Thank you.
Yeah, we will have I hope we have still a few minutes for discussion, but I would like to give the floor to our third panelist, to Mr. Chen Wencheng, who is Vice President of China Satellite Communication Corporation. He has a degree from the Beijing University of Post and Telecommunication, and his work focuses on communication satellite application and industrial development. So, Mr. Wencheng, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Chen Wensheng from China Satcom. China Satcom is a satellite operator headquartered in Beijing, China. We have a totally 14 in orbit satellite, and we have actually a long history in the satellite communication industry, providing the satellite service to the broadcaster, to the telecom operators, and the government customers across the Asia Pacific regions. Hello, this is maybe move to the next slide, please. Yes, for the satellite, I think the marketing is quite dynamic. Globally, the main driver is from the government, from the telecom operators, and from the enterprise. In China, I think the satellite video broadcasting, the marketing is good. However, for the communications, since the ground network is so well developed, so the satellite communication, at the moment, our business is more shifted to the application like airborne and the maritime applications, and also some provide the connectivities for the disaster relief. Maybe next one. I think it's for the airborne and the maritime applications. In China, there are already some service providers, but this the service is based on the regular satellite. I think in China Satcom, we try to provide the better broadband service to the consumers on the airplane and the ships based on our HTS Ka-band satellite. It provides a better service. Also, we set up two companies and dedicated for this two important marketing. Other application is here for the communication is to provide the connectivity service for the disaster relief. And for this application, we not only provide the capacity, the bandwidth, also we set up a platform together with our satellite, provide the end-to-end service, one-stop service to the customers. I think it's for the outlook. We think the next one, please. For the opportunities, we think a lot of opportunities in this industry, and also a lot of challenge in the industry. And we have the confidence for the satellite. I think since it is still a very vital, important part of the communication industry for the next 10 years. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I can maybe just briefly ask you one question, what do you think is the most important element to then be able to provide connectivity via satellite in the least developed countries? In your opinion, is it developing an ecosystem, as we heard just earlier from Nishkamsat? Is it maybe lowering the cost of the user terminal, as we heard from Euroconsult? Or do you see another factor to provide connectivity in the least developed countries?
For me, the question is for me?
Yes, the question is for you.
Oh yes, sorry. I think it's the cost effective. Is very, very important. That's the reason why the trend is to be the satellite industry. The trend is to go to the high throughput satellite. It's to reduce the cost and give the customer a better service. That's very important. And also, I think the timing is important. For example, the in-flight connectivity service. A lot of I think in China and the ATS, the ground terrestrial service provider also have their solutions. So the timing, is very important. If we deploy our service before the ground service provider, we can have the advantage. So timing is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So then maybe I'll just have one final question for Nishkamsat and for Viasat. So in your view, because you're working now both on the geostationary satellite technology, so what do you think would be possible in 5 years from the perspective of the users that is not possible today with your own respective geostationary bias services?
That's why I said in my presentation that we're working towards HTS, because it allows, the high throughput, because it allows multiple reuse. We're going we'll be able to cover more areas and better customer experience because of the frequency is going to use the frequency reuse technology. So we are following, the trend. So in order to give our customers better services, and because especially to reduce cost, and that is where the world is going. You don't want to continue to give them a service that's, that is not commensurate with what the competition is giving them. So we are prepared.
So we'll
in the next 2 years. In the next 2 years, to be able to catch up with where our competitions are and give them better customer experience. So before 5 years, they will catch up. So in the next 2.5 years, we should be there.
Thank you very much. And if I could maybe give the floor to Michael Lubin to just conclude and just let us know, in your opinion, what do you see coming up in 5 years?
Thank you. Well, our company is involved both with LEOs and GEOs, but if affordability is going to become the critical element, right now it looks as if the future GEOs will have an affordability advantage over the GEOs. The GEOs will have an advantage perhaps in the reverse link speed, may have an advantage in latency, but not in affordability for the near term. Over the next 3 years, we'll cover the world with 3,000 gigabit per second satellites that I think will allow us to learn significant amounts about what's going to be required in the future for getting, 1 billion people online by satellite. And shortly thereafter, we will start launching 5,000 gigabit per second satellites, which I think will start meeting the affordability criteria for everyone. So I'm very optimistic about that. As I said, the only alarm I have is that when others and we start launching thousands or tens of thousands of small satellites, that we pay particular attention to space safety so that we do not impair space for future generations.
Well noted. Thank you very much. Now I'm aware of the time. I think we're already 20 minutes late with regard to the initial schedule. So I will immediately pass the floor to the second panel.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Ricard, and the distinguished panelists for the discussion in panel 1. Now, now we move to the panel 2, and my pleasure to invite Mr. Jorge Chicorosi, the senior engineer in the Space Station Coordination Team in ITU, to moderate the second panel discussion. Jorge, over to you.
Thank you very much, Yungi, and also to Natalie for catching up a bit with the time. So yes, I'm pleased to moderate this second panel and to count with 3 experts from the regulatory, the industry, and also the space agency sectors. And since we have the opportunity to be the last, in a way, panel of this event, it's also a good opportunity to make a kind of wrap up and link all the elements we have been listening. And this is probably one of our objectives. I will now share just a few slides with you to try to share what is the objective of our panel, and you might let me know if you are seeing it well. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. So
maybe you want to make a slide mode?
Yes, now?
Yes, good.
Okay. So before that, let's have a look and see a little bit some facts and figures on space services. No, so we are in 2021, but as you know, everything started since 1957 with the first Sputnik 1 from Soviet Union launched. It was an NGSO satellite. But then in the early 60s, we already have the first Telstar 1 from USA doing intercontinental transmissions. And until now with HTS, high throughput satellites in the GSO orbit, providing a significant amount of information or capacity, and also the emerging CubeSats with different applications like IoT, etc., but also in a big amount of satellites. On top of that, we are having the NGSO large constellation for broadband applications that we will see also during this panel from one of the operators. And why not? We also know that there are multi-country projects going to the moon and beyond, in fact, to provide some radio communication services. So what I'm trying to see, and we see in this exponential curve, is that not only the objects which were launched, of course, but also the amount of satellites which are orbiting have been increasing. And we have been with space regulation since 1963 in the first administrative conference held here in Geneva for allocating space services, frequency bands for space services. So we have more than 50 years, in fact, almost 60 years of space regulation. So these member states were kind of visionary to say, okay, we need to coordinate, we need to plan this in advance. And thanks to that, we are in the situation today where we can have this connectivity. So 68 member states have access to the space resources in terms of satellites. Of course, almost all of them have at least one Earth station. There are 1,700 satellite networks recorded and operated at the ITU, which counts for a total of 4 terahertz of global spectrum coordinated and recorded, with very low index of interference, and very stable. This represents a space economy of 400 billion today, according to some sources, or 1.1 trillion forecasted by 2040. So we will see now why I made this introduction, because we know that, and it was expressed also during the previous speakers and panels, that 4.1 billion of people are connected to internet, 53% of the population, but 3.7 billion are not yet connected. It's almost 50%. No? And as we said, we know that the technology available today counts with satellite fleet with global coverage. No? At the beginning, there were very few GSO, but today we count with many competitors providing global coverage. And we also have the emerging NGSO large constellations. And of course, we have the traditional terrestrial system, from 3G, 4G, 5G in some cities, IMT, and Wi-Fi spots, plus the fixed services and why not fiber optic. So having done this introduction, the objective of this panel, and maybe just at the end of the session as well, is to answer this. We'll try to present and discuss from the 3 different views why we are in this situation and what else can we do as space stakeholders to connect and connect it. And certainly we don't have much time, and this is in fact a good opportunity to say, okay, let's go straight to the point. What do we need? What can be done in terms of spectrum availability, new technologies, licensing? There was already a question from Indonesia about landing rights, policies, regulations, incentives, maybe investment also from the private or public sector, and affordability, very important, also addressed by the representative of Viasat. So having said this, I would like to stop to share this and give the floor to the first panelist, who is, I just have an issue here, who is Eric May Hayes from the European Union, who is a frequency manager expert, and he will share with us the views from this organization. Please, Dominic.
Thank you, Jose. So my name is Dominic Hayes. I'm from the European Commission, which is the executive body of the European Union, the collection of 27 member states in Europe. So back in the beginning of last year, our commissioner, our new commissioner, Commissioner Breton, surveyed the internal market because he's responsible for the internal market. He saw that we had Galileo, he saw that we had Copernicus, our Earth observation system, and he recognized that there was a gap in Europe's capabilities. So he proposed a third major space project, this secure space-based connectivity system. Its aim is to ensure that Europe continues its strategic autonomy, that it can be resilient and have technological sovereignty. It also enables Europe to strengthen its place within the world, to be a global leader, but also to strengthen the place of industry. Europe has, I think, the second space economy in terms of its industrial capacity. So this is another way to enable Europe's space capacity to grow and develop to support a third major project in Europe funded by the European Union. So it will be a multi-orbital architecture based on existing EU capabilities in the geostationary arc, but it will add a LEO and potentially a MEO component. It will serve primarily governmental, but also commercial applications. There is a gap at the moment in terms of what can be provided for secure governmental applications, and that's obviously a key driver for what we're doing, but we will also have commercial capacity within our system. Initially, the aim will be to cover Europe and Africa, because with GEO components, Africa's in an ideal location. In fact, many of the developing countries are actually on the equatorial plane, and therefore they are well served, or could be well served, by geostationary technologies. Ultimately, our system will be a global system. So once we've added the LEO and MEO components, potentially we'll be able to cover the Earth globally, including the polar regions. As I mentioned, security will be a key part, a key component of the system. So it will be designed in and not an add-on. We will be using quantum technologies in our system eventually, not initially, but eventually, and that will ensure the most reliable and secure components for our connected users. So we're hoping that this will help ease connectivity gaps. So even though it will be focused on European markets and users, our system will offer spare capacity on a global basis to developing countries as well as developed countries. It will add to a growing list of space assets that will serve internet access markets. We're not the only system, we recognize that. In fact, we're not even on the list that Dimitri had there, 5 players. We haven't even started, but we hope to catch up quickly. GEO, as I said, is already available, and we see it as a proven and cost-effective solution for internet access for many markets. LEO and MEO will have this low latency and capacity enhancements, but in fact, not all applications will need this low latency. So we see a significant portion of internet access can be provided through existing GEO assets and new GEO assets. Receiver cost, I think, is going to be really critical. There currently is a huge gap between the cost of LEO and MEO components, ground components and user terminals with that that's already available for GEO capacity. That gap will close gradually as we have more of these mega constellations in the market with more terminals available. There's a very good question by Eddie of Indonesia, who said, what can we do to enable better solutions for users? I see standardization as being key. If you look back at what happened with GSM and the terrestrial connectivity, really the standardization of GSM really kick-started the market for terrestrial communications. It really exploded after that. You have a handset now, you buy a handset from almost anywhere in the world, you put a SIM in locally and you can use that handset. That's the kind of thing we need for satellite capacity to enable you to go out, buy a cheap terminal, a cheap antenna, and connect it with a local connectivity SIM or equivalent, and you're connected. That's what I see as being enabling developing markets, developing countries to access the technology that we have now in the developed countries. And regulators can play a real key role in this by easing the requirements for landing rights, for the satellite signal landing rights. So the licensing is going to be crucial for providing access within your countries, within developing countries and developed countries. So whatever regulators can do to ease that process, that will be a big help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic Hicks. It was really clear, and we understand that in the EU, you are really providing a very good let's say investment in terms of a group of countries that you have the view, and it's quite a good view in the sense that the solution, there is no one solution, but there are different solutions depending on the needs and the application as well, no, in terms of connectivity. Yeah. So we are writing down different views and different proposals. You also mentioned standardization and landing rights. And thank you. And we'll go to the next speaker, who is Mrs. Laura Roberti, current Director of Licensing and Market Access from Telesat Canada. And as you know, Canada and Telesat Canada has also a good interesting history in terms of investment in satellite connectivity, well, because of different things. She may explain better than me, but because of the geographical situation, because of the large country, and started with GSO, but now she will present us a very nice constellation of NGSO satellites. Laura?
Can you hear me?
Yes, just if you could turn to slide mode, that would be perfect. Presentation.
Is that all right?
Yes, excellent.
Okay. Hello everybody, all the distinguished participants and panelists. I'm most pleased to have this opportunity today, and my gratitude goes to the organizers. So I just have 3 slides on the opportunity of being able to provide city quality internet everywhere by leveraging the satellite systems, and in particular leverage the new emerging technologies concerning non-geostationary satellites and LEO in particular. As far as the connectivity gap is concerned, there is no need to repeat that, of course, it exists. I would like to emphasize that connectivity gap does not necessarily mean complete lack of connectivity, but it also means that connectivity that is not simply good enough for today's requirement. And I would say that, again, the recent COVID crisis has emphasized this aspect even more. There are, of course, solutions with terrestrial networks, including optical fiber, geostationary satellites. However, this new non-GSO emerging technology really has the opportunity of optimizing the delivery of connectivity in terms of quality and cost effectiveness. And this with unprecedented high speed, high capacity, low latency, and truly global and reliable coverage. Telesat in this respect is developing Telesat Lightspeed, which is a highly innovative system at the cutting edge of this new technology. This slide is about light speed, but I'm using it in a more general context to show what can be the characteristics of these new emerging systems that also make them, differentiate them from existing ones. So coverage, first of all, Telesat Lightspeed are two different types of orbit. A polar orbit that allows true global coverage, including the poles, of course, and an inclined orbit, which allows to focus capacity where more demand is expected, which is in the medium latitude ranges. In terms of frequencies, Ka band is used, which means potentially up to around 4 gigahertz of spectrum, which in turn, together with other characteristics, allows once again for unprecedented amount of capacity. In fact, for this system, but I'm sure for others as well, we can have user links to up to multiple gigabits per second to a single user. Other characteristics involve, for instance, the possibility of using optical inter-satellite links, and these have the benefits of optimizing the network, also in terms of reducing the number of satellites. In fact, the Telesat Lightspeed also only have 298, at least to start with. Other characteristics that are entirely new are very fast hopping beams, so that a single beam can cover different areas at the same time in a way that is totally transparent to the users. And there are other things, but the point is all this new technology for what at the end? So the purpose is really to provide a resilient, always on, quick and economic connectivity to rural, remote areas and also on the move. So in other words, truly global fiber-like connectivity. So the question was, what can be done in order to make this, to facilitate also the deployment of these systems? Well, I'm a regulatory person, so I speak more from a regulatory and policy standpoint. And there are certainly a number of things that would facilitate the deployment. So first of all, the governmental support schemes towards universal connectivity can be a key driver, of course, and this should also include the satellite option. And this is more in general. I think government really need to have this vision of terrestrial and satellite networks not as being competing technology, but it's really necessary to emphasize the synergy between these two technologies in order to fully exploit the benefits that can derive from them. None of them can alone solve the connectivity gap. Both of them are needed, and policy and regulations should take this aspect into account. I believe this is fundamental. Other presenters have already mentioned the requirement to streamline the licensing process so that there are no artificial barriers to entry. One thing that we emphasize with many regulators is that individual user terminal by user terminal licenses are, if I'm at liberty to say, almost a thing of the past, in the sense that these new systems can have hundreds, thousands of small terminal, small portable VSATs, Earth station in motions, and these are the deployment of which is much facilitated by what is called the blanket license. Another aspect is the cost of spectrum. I mentioned that, for instance, high throughput satellites in Ka band, including Lightspeed, can use up to 4 gigahertz. So wherever there are spectrum formula that are bandwidth related, it is essential that these are now assessed in relation to these new spectrum requirements, because they were often developed where only a few megahertz of spectrum were required. These new systems bring the aspect of mobility of these user terminals, for instance, for overflight of aircraft with user terminals licensed in different countries. So it is extremely important, in order not to create artificial gaps in the coverage, that these user terminals are free to circulate, of course, on a non-interference, non-protection basis, on the basis of the license that were assigned in the country of registration. Not only cost of spectrum is important, but also availability of spectrum. In particular, I just mentioned the contended 28 gigahertz band that we as Telesat, but many other satellite operators consider as absolutely essential for the development of these novel revolutionary systems, if I may say. In general, it is of the utmost importance that regulations do not artificially delay deployment of new technology. And this is also in relation to WRC 23 agenda items. There are some, at least for instance, agenda item 116 will be key to develop an harmonized framework in relation also to the non-gestationary system. So of course, we advocate that with administration that support is given to the studies. And just to conclude, one last aspect that I would like to mention is the aspect of, before the standardization has been mentioned, I would extend it to harmonization, in the sense that it is very important that also in terms of landing rights and licenses and type approval, a level of harmonization, at least at regional level, if not global, is achieved. Otherwise, every time you cross a border, and every satellite system is by definition international, cover more than one country, you have every time to reinvent the wheel. So I would emphasize once again the importance of harmonization when it comes to satellite regulations. And with this, I would thank you all very much, and I will conclude my presentation. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Laura. It was a really complete presentation. I think you show us what the technology can bring us. So very innovative technologies from in this case, from the Telesat project, no, with optic links and so on. So certainly technology is one of the solutions. Maybe it's not the problem now in the terms of connectivity, but can bring us solutions. You mentioned many things, from harmonization, landing rights as well, governmental support, and certainly spectrum. And for that, because I am from the VR, I cannot keep quiet. Certainly, spectrum is a key. And in the case of the WRC, you were mentioning mobility. It's important to emphasize that mobility is not only, in fact, for those who are moving, because mobility fits a role to provide connectivity in some areas which are not sometimes normally not covered by other systems. So it's not only for moving, let's say. So thank you. And continuing with also with the support from governments, I think it's a good moment to give to an expert from Rwanda from which years ago they have the project to launch a space agency, and he can give us more details on that and his view. So for that, let me give the floor to Mr. George Visera, who is the CTO, Chief Technical Officer of the Rwanda Space Agency.
Thank you so much, Jorge, for the kind introduction. Maybe you can just go straight to the second slide, because we don't have enough time, which again, I would really say it briefly, because it has been highlighted from Dimitri at the beginning, and whoever came after him, they are emphasizing was something that is very important. We have the satellite resources, we have the users who desperately need connectivity, but these users are not taking advantage of available satellite services. There is a problem. If you can go to the next slide, maybe to see some of the issues that might happen. So I wanted to bring this map of different players or stakeholders in this to maybe see where the question, where the issue can be. We have the users, we have the regulators or government, including maybe even sometimes Rwanda space agencies and so on, and we have operators. So what happens that, at least from my experience, is satellite operators sometimes, again, I'm talking in the context of Sub-Saharan Africa. This is from my experience of more than 10 years I've spent with the regulatory authority. satellite operators sometimes do never talk to consumers. Actually, they don't know exactly their needs. They usually go via what we call internet service providers, and they just ensure that they get licensed and start providing the services from London, New York, and any other city I don't want to mention in this. So there's a problem. So we have people serving, we have operators serving the people that they did not really understand the needs. That's first problem number one. Problem number two comes now. The government or regulators or whoever is in between, who is supposed to link the two. They also, you can see on the presentation, I put a big question mark. So people think that they do discuss, but really the discussion is very limited. At least from my experience, you see consumers talking to regulators, and really usually what happens is that regulators will assume that they know what consumers need. But most of the time, I can assure you, they do not know. Then what happens? What happens is that the discussion will be between the regulators or the government and satellite operators. So what do they discuss is they're going to discuss on behalf of the consumers that I don't not understand fully with the satellite operators who do not really fully understand the needs of these consumers. So we have people who need services, but in the discussions, they are completely excluded. Okay, partially excluded. Then I'll just give you a typical scenario. What happens is that a satellite operator will come to seek spectrum, license, and so on. He's going to talk to the regulator who has sometimes in the context of sub-Saharan Africa have limited knowledge on how satellite technology works. One's license, the other one does not understand fully. And he's trying to serve people that he does not understand fully. Guess what happens? What happens is that the regulator will say, okay, since I don't understand well, maybe give me this paper. You submit a business plan tomorrow, submit this document tomorrow. So he'll keep asking documents, maybe hoping that we get to understand what is happening along the way. But usually he's forgetting that these services that satellite operators is bringing are supposed to come to the end user who needs connectivity desperately. So that's where come the problem that my friend Rora was describing of licensing regime, which is not adequate, charging of a spectrum, which is not reasonable, and other issues. So what should happen is, first of all, for the government to understand that at the end of the day, the person who needs the services are the consumers. They need to put them at the first. They need to do whatever is needed to facilitate them to get the required services. And trust me, the time that fiber came with saying that fiber is going to solve all the problems, we are here today in 2021. It never happened. We're talking about mobile can cover every way. I'm here today. I can guarantee you that we still have a long way to have full coverage of mobile. We definitely need satellite. And again, we need the satellite in these critical areas and rural areas where we do not want to go and deploy so many complex infrastructure, where you have an antenna and a battery and connect someone. So if what the satellite operator need to do is get close to the regulator and the consumers and understand their needs. Sometimes it's a lack of understanding. It is a miscommunication. It's very small things that can go and address and come up with a licensing regime that is adequate and that can facilitate transmitting the services to the people who need it. The issue of spectrum, trust me, if they see a need and understand that these services need to go to the consumers, you can negotiate the spectrum fees lower. You can negotiate actually anything when you show that you have you bringing a value. So I wanted to put all these players together to really have a kind of a discussion on that. But again, we see here for the discussion through you, Mr. Jorge. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks to you. I think you were very clear, and if I could pick up one of the main messages you were saying is that listen to the end user or the consumer, I think, if I understood well. So thanks again, and well, we are really running much beyond the time we started later, but we cannot close certainly without the views of the experts that are listening to us. So we have prepared a very, very short poll that Luisa is preparing to launch it now, just to know also your views. We have listened the views of experts from the regulatory, from the industry, from the space agencies, from different needs. And we would like to know also, in a very quick poll, Luisa, if you could launch it now, please.
Yes.
To know, in your views, the audience, what is the main constraint and to prevent this 49 or 47, depending on the source, almost 50% of population to have access to the internet. Just one click, please. Just do it, while we will continue with one more question, which I would like at least to address to the panelists, because, well, they have really dedicated a lot of time for this and they have done very good presentations, but maybe just very, very quick discussion. In the same way, maybe you have mentioned the importance of the investment, the standardization, the landing rights, the licensing, the spectrum, and well, certainly also to listen the clients or the consumers, sometimes not just consumers, but people who are in need of the communication. So if I may ask to you, the three, just with one word, because we don't have much time, if you can choose one, only one of these, which one is the one that you would leverage or empower to provide more connectivity, I would say? I know that's difficult, it's a combination, it depends on each place, but in your view, which one would be that you would be starting with? Spectrum, technology, investment, regulations, licensing, the one that you face more troubles, let's say. If I may use the same sequence, starting from the representative of EU.
Okay, for me,
I know that the question is hard, sorry. It's not a journalist question, but it's hard. But just one, pick up one. And
I think for me, the overriding difficulty for connectivity is the cost of equipment. Providing the equipment in a cost-effective way for the end user. I liken it to comparing cars. If you look at a Ferrari and you look at a Land Rover, in some places you can use a Ferrari because you have the infrastructure, you have the connectivity on the roads. In other places where you cannot access so easily, you could use a Land Rover. So these LEO constellations I see as being the sexy solution. It's not for everyone. I think for the developing countries, I think you need the Land Rover approach. Certainly at first, not ultimately, but at first, the Land Rover approach.
Thank you very much. Laura, I think you have already given a good opening for you, but you can have different views as well.
Oh, thank you, Jorge. From a regulatory standpoint, I see the unnecessary complexity and lack of clarity in the licensing process. But I fully agree that affordability is a key aspect. However, I respectfully disagree that LEO may not be the Land Rover in all countries. Once again, the amount of capacity that they will be able to provide, one of the scope is also to drive cost down. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, but not least, of course, he already mentioned, but you can also, George, mention again, or different view, what is the main aspect that you would like to improve?
Affordability, absolutely. And
only one.
Yeah. So
okay.
I'll go just for affordability. We'll develop later when we have a discussion, a serious discussion with Rora.
Understood, totally.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you. And let's go and see our audience. So, Luisa, if you can share the results to see what is the main topic that they also were thinking to improve. Can you see it? So we see that 5% of the audience was thinking about the spectrum. 18% of the audience was thinking about limitations in technology. So clearly technology provides more solution, but it's not a problem, as I was saying before. Lack of investment from the private sector is 8%. They are asking for more incentive or investment from the state, as it was also presented. Licensing restrictions, 13%, and a big important number, 30%, the highest one in terms of users affordability, that it was mentioned by you all. So I don't know if we can conclude something else. I think this is showing everything in my view. To conclude our panel, I really thank you all because I think it was short. I'm sorry we extend more, but very clear. Maybe if Natalie wants to add something else, or Jung-hee would like to close the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jorge, and very distinguished panelists for the discussion panel 2 and also panel 1. And I also like to thank the questions raised by Spain and Indonesia and also Nigeria. I understand that some of those questions actually already answered by the survey poll and also during the discussion. So now it's already 5:50 in Geneva time, and then we have like 20 minutes over time. And then I really thank you so much for everyone to staying with us till end. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished the participants. Now, this brings us to the close today's very important discussion and opportunities of the satellite connectivity. On behalf of the organizers, the UN Tech Envoy's Office and UNOSA and ITU, I would like to thank our distinguished speakers and all participants for joining us today. And apology again for a bit of a delay we had earlier today at the beginning of the meeting. And we actually very much invite you to visit our dedicated website for the emerging technology for connectivity, especially for developing countries, as well as the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital corporations in the website of the UN Tech Envoy's Office, www.un.org/techenvoy. So this actually is the end of this meeting, and you will be able to see the recording of today's meeting and the website of the Emerging Technology for Connectivity. So thank you so much again. I wish you all have a nice rest of the day and weekend, and also good summer. Thank you so much. Close.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you again.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for
Thank
all of
you.
you.
Bye.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.